right? Can everyone see me? Can everyone hear me? Hello, God? Sorry. So I closed the live chat on the other one. I'm going to pop out this chat. We got a chat right here. That's a good chat. We love that chat. I can open up a chat on this one. We're going to pop out a chat. We love that chat. This is a good chat too. That's sounds good for me at least. Hello? Oh, it changed it to black. That's worse. I wanted it to be separate colors. Hold on. Twitch. What are we doing? Oh, I want to pop out a chat. Look, it's made up. These are made up messages. Good heavens above. Pop out. Wait. Pop out chat. There we go. We got a pop out chat. We love a pop out chat. And then I can open up a OVR toolkit. And we got multiple chats. So many chats. Oh, wow. Oh, God. This chat, that chat. We got a Discord chat. Jeez, oh, Pete's. Man. There's way too many chats. Oh, look at all the chats. I can post a link to the thing. This is too much. This is too much. This is too much. Listen, we don't need all this. 6 guys? 6 guys? Wait, are there 6 guys here? Because I called it the Yapathon 3000? Did it work? Hold on, let me look at all the chat. I'm so sorry. Hold on, sorry. I'm sorry. Let me look at the chat. Someone say something in chat, by the way. Don't be a fucking coward. Don't be a coward. Say something in chat. 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 Ooh, it popped. There's a sound. I liked it. At everyone. Oh my God, this is gonna be a big at everyone too. Wow. Whoa. 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 Such a big chat. At everyone chat. Whoa. Wow. Oh, have mercy. Oh God, I need to stop that, right? In live chat, let's end all this. That's way too much. Right? Why are you way up there? Get down from there. Good heavens above. Good heavens! Where are we even at right now? Hold on. OVR toolkit, there we go. Right. Oh, it did. Hey, how we doing out there? I'm gonna hop off now. God bless y'all and have a good one. We got a guy in here. We got this guy. We got guys out here. We're alright about it. We're fine. We're fine. It's going to be interesting. Whatever this turns into, though. It's not gonna be good. We can just say that. Why can I not click a emoji? There we go. Emoji. These are emojis. We got dabbing emoji, laughing emoji. Emojis. You got some fun emojis there, right? Look at this shit. Get that thing the hell out of here, man. That thing's ridiculous looking. That is actually insane. We got the tiniest one over here, YouTube. Good heavens above. Let me scroll. Hold on. Let me scroll into YouTube.com. We're all right with it. Do you think it's okay for me to be as screwed up, as messed up as I am? Ooh. Like that's the sound I would make if I'm like. Sorry. Is that G-Easy? Someone says in the chat. Too much hair. Look how much hair there. I got a mane going on. Isn't that insane? We got a guy called Crazy in the chat saying something in the chat. He's a guy in the chat. I'm a guy. I exist. A chat. Do you think, right? Sorry. Look at this, man. This is fucking incredible what we got going on tonight. This is actually incredible what we got going on. How am I gonna send that to myself? Listen, listen, here's the thing. People, listen, I've said it before in chats, and some people started to hear about it. So, I want to first get something out of the way. You can hear a guy say a story, and I've heard this before, and you've listened to them for a while online or whatever, and you're trusting them as like a trustworthy narrator of stuff, and then they say something, and you're like, oh my god, can I not trust them for anything else ever again? Hold on. I need to put the chat up there. That's what I need to do. Activate chat. Did I do it? Select. Activate selected. There we go. Live chat. Auto find live sources for Rumble. It worked. Activate source for Twitch. It worked. Right? Let's see if it all worked. Hello?
Ed Kendrick says, hello.
Wow. Can someone else say something? Does it say stuff? Does it read it aloud for everyone? I want to see if it reads it aloud for everybody. YouTube says hello.
Says, hello.
Mac Brand VR. I'm going to add you to it if it doesn't. It doesn't. I'm going to add you to it, Mac Brand. Just make sure you don't say anything like that will get the account banned, please. And thank you. And I love you. Uh-oh. Well. Uh-oh, I love him. He's my friend. Now say something, Mac Brand. Hold on. Let me. No. Don't do it yet. I'm gonna add YouTube to the source. Yeah. Now say something, Mac Brand. Real quick. You son of a gun. Do it again. Do it again this time. Say it again. Say something again. Do it again.
McBrandveer says, gun.
There we go. Now you can let me know about it. Anyone that needs to be able to talk to me, let me know in chat, and I'll add you to the thing. There are just certain people that have come on here and have said the worst things you could say, because it doesn't stop you. I don't have a... I could probably figure out a way of stopping it. It even told me whenever it banned me, like the thing that makes the actual voices, it said try to use ChatGPT's whatever, something that makes it checks with ChatGPT before it sends it to them. I don't want to do all that. But yeah, there's been some people that just say the worst things ever, and it's actually they stopped letting me use the make voice thing. I'm so sorry. Hold on, let me put this on real quick. I'm gonna play. Listen, watch. We got a single guy out here. There's no one out. There's two guys. No one is here anymore. That's all right. Some reason people wanted to watch Yapathon when they first clicked on it, though. That's interesting. People wanted to watch Yapathon when they first clicked, I think. And then something happened. They don't want to watch it anymore, actually. That's actually pretty cool. I think. Do you guys think? I think that's pretty interesting, right? Hey, God. Oh, yeah. Wow. So this is me doing stand-up in the metaverse. This is from 4 years ago.
Alright, where'd I...
That's pretty good, actually.
McBrandVR says, do you clickbait?
I called this the Yapathon 3000. I don't think it's possible to clickbait this, right? But yeah, I do. I would say it's like, I do actually clickbait, yeah. Not because of like, that's the reason I want to do it, but it's, well, listen, I know it's wrong to do that, But whenever I make my titles and shit, and my thumbnails especially, like, it's like a joke to me. I do it as a joke. I'm not intentionally trying to, like... But I guess I am as, like, a secondary thing. But all the things that I, like, title... It's like a joke. So I don't actually feel bad about it, because I'm not, like, doing it seriously. Even though, in the end, it is still accomplishing what clickbaiting would do. It's doing the exact same thing. If I did it or if I didn't mean to do it in a funny way, or I did mean to do it in a funny way, it's still doing the same thing, and I know that. But I don't care. I don't know. I don't care. I know I do care about click. I know I don't want to do that. But for some reason, I don't care. Whenever I make these videos and I title them these things and these pictures, man, I don't know, I laugh at it instead. But I know it doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. I understand that. That's what I just want to say. I know it doesn't add up, and I'm sorry. Because it ends up being clickbait, yeah. Let me get a big drink of this water bottle. Oh, my bad.
I go to do some stand-up.
Alright. Not much of a jokester, but hey. So, you know, with the pandemic going on, everybody's been kind of like watching their funds and so forth, but so there was a couple in Walmart. They're going down the aisle, and the husband's like, hey man, tells his wife, he's like, I want a 12, he puts a pack of, 12-pack of Bud Light in his grocery cart. 12-pack of grocery has 20 bucks. Whatever it is, no, a case. It's a case, 20 bucks, right? So the wife's like, we can't afford that. We're in a pandemic. We can't afford that. So they get down to the next row.
Alright, so there was this guy I was talking to already, right? I keep talking to this dude, asking all kinds of questions. I'm saying, what are you doing here, my guy? What are you trying to do here? You know how that dude is. You know this.
The ones with me in it. Listen to, did you hear that really good joke? I went up on stage for my first time in life right here. Look how good this joke is. Look how good this joke is. Everyone listen, man. I swear to God. Listen.
Alright, so there was this guy I was talking to already, right? I keep talking to this dude, asking all kinds of questions. I'm saying, what are you doing here, my guy? What are you trying to do here? You know how that dude is. You know this.
Why are you throwing
You
hands at
know
me, bro?
this.
I was just throwing knuckles, Brad.
Hey guys, the creators here. Guys, the map makers here.
I got free. In any other big update?
Huh? Are you? No, I don't think the guy that makes the game likes me anymore. I don't know why. I used to always call him whenever I would do these live streams, and I would have like a full live stream where I just talked to the maker of Big Scary, and I would call it that, and it would get views because of that, I think. There's a few live streams I did where
Mac Brandver says Shrek.
Yeah. There's a few live streams I did where I said like in a joking way, I'm gonna have to do something about the Shrek guy. I'm gonna create the biggest same as I did with that J-Man thing. I made a J-Man video where I'm like, I tried to make drama out of, like, it would be so funny if that turned into real drama where he had to respond because he's like, I don't know what this guy's talking about. That would be so funny to me. That would be the ultimate thing. And so I also like kind of commented on like, Shrek, listen, this is going to be the biggest drama that's ever unfolded between me and Shrek. And I did that a few videos. Not even saying anything specific, but I did that. And so I don't know if it's because, I don't know. I don't think I said anything bad to him directly, though. Like, whenever we've talked. But for some reason, like, in the last times I've tried calling him and stuff, there's been something where he doesn't want to talk or something. I don't know. I don't know. Something's happened, though. Look at this, though. This guy pops up. Who just popped into my own thing? Did someone pop up? I heard a breath. The fuck?
McBranvier says maybe he thinks you're annoying for yapping so much.
Yeah. Well, he would answer specifically and like listen for hours, But I could have been annoying. Yeah. No, it definitely could have been that. Yeah, definitely. Felt like it was all of a sudden, because each time I would yap. But also, I got views at that point. And then over time, I stopped uploading videos, and maybe he just didn't have to care about me as much. Maybe he had to care about me for a while. But I could tell he would, from our conversations, I could tell he would add and do things to the game based on our conversation. Like, I would say things that I think would be cool, or he would show me a picture, and I'd be like, that's good. And then he'd put that picture, even though it had nothing to do with the game. Like, the picture of my actual self. Like, I made such a meme video out of that whenever he showed his... Either way, it's fine. It's good. It's fine. So it's not like he was just, like, upset with me and didn't want to talk to me. He was interested in it in some degree. But I was like, I had views for a while there. Maybe it was just I stopped getting views, and why would you care to watch? Or why would you care to talk to a guy? He doesn't even get any views anymore, you know? I don't know. Who knows? Maybe it's all in my head. It could be all in my head. It could be all in my head. It's not, even if it's not in my head, it's not even that serious. It's really not even that serious. All I was answering was the question, do I think I'm gonna be in a game again? No. However serious it is, it's serious enough that I don't think I'm gonna be in a game like again. I've offered it multiple times. That's fine.
Says, do you think Big Scary is ever going to die?
I don't know. I don't know how kids these days are reacting to games these days. I don't know how it's gonna be. I think monkey games are most popular because of the monkey mechanics. So it doesn't actually matter which game it is, as long as it has those mechanics and it feels right and has better game mechanics, that one's gonna win. Most of the time, that's how games win anyways. It's like, which one's the funnest? But that's really true, I feel like, right now, as VR is starting up and it's getting really popular inside of the VR community. People don't care as much about, like, oh, this is the game I want to support. Like, I'm a Halo fan. I'm a Minecraft fan. I want to support that game. Hey, Minecraft doesn't really have competitors or whatever, but either way, you get what I'm saying. There's not really either way. Either way, so I don't know if people are going to, like, always play Big Scary that have started playing it when they grew up, and there's going to be a good amount of people that always choose that game to play, even though they're like, I don't know. All I know is Gorilla Tag, it's failed, and it's sad to see it. It started out with, like, you would never expect that game to fail. Like, they were the ones at the top of the bunch, but then it's like, kids realized they would rather play the same game where it's the same fun of, like, jumping around. Same as, like, all these FPS games. They all are basically the same thing. You look around with your mouse or a joystick, and you click and shoot a guy in the head. Like, it's like the same kind of thing. You walk around. This is a totally new way of doing a game. And it's incredible. And so there's no reason why you should want to play this one other than that. Either, hold on. What am I trying to say? Ask a question again, Mac Brandy. Say Mac Brand VR. I think the funnest version of the games, right? Oh yeah. There's no reason to play.
Do you think
kids.
Gorilla Tag is dying?
It's dead because kids realize they don't want to play a game that's not. If they can play a game that you jump around with your paws, and that's the fun of it. And if you could choose between, like, having a scary mode and a normal mode, you need the scary mode. That's what kids decided. They need to be chased by a thing. It's more fun if you have the exact same game, but there's a thing behind you, like, going, and it's about to grab you. And I understand it. And so, like, Gorilla Tag just couldn't add that. They didn't want to. And maybe there's a huge group of children, because I've just seen my own child.
I think Gorilla Tag's next update is going to have a monster thing.
I would suggest to Gorilla Tag that they literally just start a brand new monkey game, because they have enough Like, there's so many monkey games that just start brand new and they get big, you know, but they have a name for themselves. If they made a new monkey game, people would talk about it and it would get people playing the new one. Because I don't think they can convert that game into a monster game. Like, it would just... There would be all the levels still there that are mostly not monsters, and you'd have to go to that one specific area, because they made it to where you can go down to, like, the old cave map for a while, and there would be a thing that would chase you sometimes, the Lucy thing. And that's whenever my son got the first taste, whenever the monkey game, like the Halloween map, where the Lucy ghost would chase you. Either way, man. Either way. It's just... There's no saving it. People want to play, but also there might be a huge group of kids that are just scared of those games, which you, as a child, it would make sense you're scared of a scary game, but I've only seen it through him, and he's scared of a lot of things. Like, I get him toys like that are too loud, and he's like scared of them, and he doesn't want to play with them. I'm like, what? Dude, I felt like I'd be all over this as a kid your age. I'd be like wanting to throw things into this thing, even though it's like a loud, like I got him this thing that would shock either way. Like, it was like a Tesla coil without the glass, or like the Tesla coil is with the metal thing, and you put either way. It's just always shocking the air, and you could put your finger near it and it's fine. It just burns your finger a little bit, either way. But it's too loud, either way. We're fine. Yeah, that game's dead. Big Scary, I hope it doesn't die, but I don't see why people would keep playing it if there's a game like Animal Company. But I did understand, I did stop playing it as soon as they made their new update where it's like a tech tree update, and suddenly we couldn't get the tools that made it fun. Like, the reason we played it, like, it was really fun to get those items and we could go down to the things and stuff, and suddenly we couldn't get those anymore. We had to get enough things to upgrade it through the tech tree, and it's just like, God, that's not fun. I don't want to do all that. But as soon as we got those, that's the first game I ever spent money on for me and my son.
Here says, I already unlocked everything in the tech tree.
Yeah. That's the first thing I ever bought in a monkey game for me or my son. Is like that starting pack that would give you like 10 purple things or whatever, and some whatever the fuck, you know, like it was that little starting pack, and just so we could unlock the grappler, the grapple gun, because dude, that is just so fun. You would jump and then you'd grapple. It's so fun. It's so good. There's like this Just Cause 3 game that was like back whenever Halo and stuff was big, and it's like people just loved the idea of having a grapple thing. And then there was that like that one game called Titanfall 2, and it's like the movement tech in that game, and the grapple, again, people are hungering for the grapple. They've said it for so long. We've been hungering for the grapple.
The best item.
Oh my god, dude. Because the whole fun of Gorilla Tag is the jumping around, and every one of the games that are like it, all the G-Tag clones and everything else, it just, as long as it gets that same gameplay mechanic working well, if it's good, it's good. That's all it needs to get well. But it adds a totally also new addition. Like, as much fun as it is to jump around like it is in Gorilla Tag, with the grapple, dude, it's the same thing.
When did you start playing Animal Company?
I don't know. Someone like said it in a live stream probably. I was playing a whatever, Gorilla Tag or whatever, Big Scary, and I'm like, do you guys know of any other game? What's another game? And someone would have said Animal Company, and I'm like, okay, let's play that one. Hold on, let me play this real quick. I need to go pee real quick. I'll be right back. No one's even watching this. It doesn't matter.
You know how that dude is. You know this.
Why are you throwing hands at me, bro? I was just throwing knuckles, bro.
Hey guys, the creators here. Guys, the map makers here.
I got
He's up there on balcony.
Hello. Hey.
Oh guys.
Hey.
It's called Capella.
Oh, can you guys
and it's 28%.
I've been in a bunch of different rooms, and I find that what makes the rooms go really, really well.
Jump, bitch!
Somebody that's kind of
The famous Kermit the Frog.
And the bank teller says, and the frog says, "No, my name is Kermit Jagger."
I'll kill myself. Fuck this, man.
Can I continue the joke?
Get a drink,
Frog says, "My name is Kermit Jagger." So the bank teller, Paddywhack, says, "Okay, your name is Kermit Jagger. Do you have any collateral for the loan?"
You're looking thirsty up there, bitch!
Alright,
I'll go and tell the joke right up here.
Alright, we already heard your joke already. Get back.
So there's one dude, right? I was talking to this dude.
Get back, dude off Married with Cheers. What's his name? What's the dad's name on Married with Cheers?
Hold on. This dude, hold on.
Al Bundy. Get back, Al Bundy.
I'm at this one thing, right? This dude,
Bro, that ain't.
I'm talking to this dude and he's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Don't talk about it. Don't talk about that."
What?
I didn't even hear what he's saying.
What the hell just happened?
They were funny because he thought it was funny.
Oh my god!
He's like,
He thought it was funny. Everybody, introducing Farmer Jack. Come on, Farmer Jack. Tell him about the peas, man.
I'm getting big drinks right there. Look at that.
yeah, so,
This is the first time one of the first times I got in VR, so I'm like really liking that I can emote custom emotes and like make it look like I'm drinking things.
Joke. The joke,
Alright.
you've heard it before, alright? And I'm going to explain to you why you've never ever really got the joke before, okay? You know it.
I'll kill this guy.
But you never understood what it really meant until today. And you'll remember that. Okay, so the joke is, why did the chicken cross the road? And the answer is what?
The hell?
To get to the other side.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Hold on. To get to the other side, to die. The other side means he's crossing the road to die, and he's getting to the other side.
Oh, cause it's a chicken.
Funny, bro.
That's the real joke. Y'all's never known that.
Oh, with the feathers? You mean that thing with the feathers?
Yes, sir. A chicken. Yes, sir. A chicken.
It's kind
Woo! I love these jokes. Woo! Good.
That's pretty good. Whoa. That's pretty good. Alright, listen. What I need to do, right? Let me see if I can... Yeah, this is that thing. This is that thing inside of this place, right? Oh god, we're inside of that place. Right? Hold on, Hand? What are you doing down there? Hand, what are you doing down there? What are you facing that way for? Oh, there you are. Okay. Imagine you're looking out at the nature public place. Good lord. Oh, wow. You know how there's all those AIs that can take a lot of pictures of like an object or a space and create like a 3D representation of that? There's all these car pictures, the 3D camera pictures on Google Street View, where they've gone up and down the streets and taken pictures. There's got to be like a real life... You could be able to put all those pictures in for like an entire country, the entire world, as many streets as we've got, and all the satellite pictures. These are all just different angles of pictures of a different spot. Same as like you can do right now. You can create like a Nerf or whatever they're called. They're called different things. Like you can create a picture of like an entire tree, many pictures of it around, and it stitches it together, and you can actually see the picture like walking around it. It can create a 3D model, or it can create like the new more advanced things where it actually, you can like see the reflectancy and stuff of the actual tree, because it saves it as like a whatever. I can't describe. I don't know it, so I can't describe. I actually don't know. But we got all these pictures of the streets and the satellite pictures. They gotta have like a full rig of the entire planet. With AI, there's no way. AI just came out, man. This has been said for so long that like all of the military, all of the stuff we see released into the public has already existed within the military domain for 30 plus years. That's what it's been said for fucking like since the 60s. It's been said since the 60s that shit, if you see it in real life, that technology has existed for 30 plus years. And the only reason they're showing it is because all the other factions of the governments, all the other people that are trying to go to war with them have already seen what they've got. They know about it. Everyone's already got the thing. So there's no sense in keeping it secret anymore. So you just you just release it to the public, and then it emboldens and enriches your entire public, base of people within your country. So you can. There's no way that this fucking AI is the first time it's ever happened. You know? Like, Google is super duper. I know it sounds ridiculous, but I would do it too. It's not like I'm saying they're like evil lizard guys. I would have done it too. They're super duper fucking CIA. Like, as soon as CIA was a thing, like, they made that whole Silicon Valley thing. And they made the fucking, they're the ones that gave them all the satellite imagery for their Google Maps and their fucking, their Maps app and all this stuff. Like, that's official. That's not a conspiracy. That's just official knowledge. Listen. And they're the ones that released the information. I'm going to turn your one thing on. That one guy, I forgot to turn your thing on so you can say stuff in chat again. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about it. Oh, you're going to bed? Bye-bye? Okay. I'll just talk to myself from now on. Thank you for showing up, man. God bless you. God bless your family. God bless your family again. I can say it again, right? So I'm going to change the title to like, I will play like a VR chat game. VR chat. Is done for. I've said this so many times. I've made these different title. VR chat is done for. I've made these different things so many times. What should I make it then? VR chat is done for. VR chat is wet and dirty. Now that YouTube would recognize that as something bad. VR chat is sticky and pulsating. No. VR chat is slippery when touched. VR chat is done for. ... in parentheses. Space, then parentheses. Why do they sound like this? What if I title it what I'm actually going to do, which is... Because there's no one watching right now, so I can really just say this out into the void, which will be fine. Even though everyone already hears everything that goes inside of my mind, because I'm schizophrenic, right? So I know everyone already hears everything inside my mind. But they don't right now, because there's no views. Even though that, I couldn't think of a joke. Sorry. I'm sorry. VR chat is done for ... space. Why do they sound like this? Question mark in parentheses. Maybe that's good. Should I do a VR chat? Hashtag VR chat. Many of these people very upset. VR chat is done for. I showed them, in parentheses, it, in parentheses, on VR chat. And then I say, I can't stand the noise they made. That's pretty long of a thing. I showed them it on VR chat. I can't stand the noise they made. Is that good? No one's watching this, but I can show you guys what I'm typing real quick. You know? I like the parentheses it right here. I showed them it on VR chat. Is that too much? Is that too many letters? I think it's gotta be too many letters. But maybe it's not if it's a live stream and I can change it later. Oh! That's a little ridiculous, that sound. I showed them it on VR chat. I can't stand the noise they made. That's pretty good. I like it. It seems just the only problem is it seems a little long. Yeah, I can change it on Rumble too real quick. That's alright. Go live. And I can edit. It's too long. It's way too long, yeah. They laughed. Oh, that's good. That's good. With an emoji. With an emoji. And it's gonna be that one emoji. What's that one emoji? Yeah, that emoji. Or is there a better emoji? I think there might be a better emoji. Yeah. Pensive. Whatever that fucking thing is called. Pensive. They laugh. Yeah, pensive is perfect for that. I showed them it on VR chat. They laughed. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a good title. They laughed with an emoji. Oh, God, that's good. Wow. That is actually pretty incredible. And also, good heavens. Good lordy. What else should we say in those moments? Like, moments such as this. Twitch. Twiggy Bishy Bono.
A little bit, so you guys can enjoy this one. This one's
Taco Bell brought back crispy chicken nuggets, and I can't believe how good they are.
Why can't you believe it?
Because you're Taco Bell. Chicken nuggets, and I can't believe how good they are.
Why can't you believe it?
Because you're Taco Bell. Taco Bell.
You know, the breading is tortilla chips. Doesn't that feel very taco place? We're totally a taco place. That's a chicken
So you
place. That's
see,
also a taco place.
so you see the picture of like the person now, even though it shows the ads.
Introducing the all-new Passport.
This is called a.
This is stuck on, which is good. That's good. There's no mistakes with this one. There's no mistakes with this one. But I have my sports bra on now.
Oh my god, dude, I can't do that.
I got my.
Oh my god, I can't do. Whoa.
And so, okay, I want to show you like a sick.
What are they called again?
Okay, so
I hope she felt the bad energy coming from me, and that's why she just stopped talking. I hope she felt the bad energy flowing out of me and hitting her. That's insanity, dude. That's pretty cool. God. Dude. As much as I've, like, before I've live streamed and I've talked badly about Twitch, and I've been like, dude, this is insanity. People are literally just watching people do nothing all day. And I feel like I need to keep the pace up as I'm live streaming and be like a steady state of like entertainment for you know, as I'm talking. And I feel bad if I don't keep talking and being the same amount of entertaining the entire time. But it actually turns out to where no, they are literally like people that stream all day every day. They will end up just sitting there for like a long time if they're just gaming, if they're just dudes gaming. Probably not those versions of people that are like what are they called? What are those called? What are those people called? Where they have a fake VTubers. The VTubers usually talk a lot more, but there's a lot of people that, yeah, either way, it's fine. God bless America. I used to I would be like, Jesus Christ, dude. Imagine, like, it's already ridiculous having a YouTube channel and having people, like, pay you for that shit. And then you could instead, your job is you talk about the videos you watch. Which, for me, like, maybe for a lot of guys, they don't have shit going on in their head a lot of the time. I don't know. But for me, it's like, that's already what's happening. I am watching dumb shit all day. Doing nothing all day long. And then for me to just instead turn the thing on to where other people can hear it, and I'm getting paid $100. Imagine if like there's 20,000 people watching, and they all like are desperate to have their voice heard from me. There's 20,000 people watching, and they're like, God, I just want him to see my comment. If he doesn't see my comment, he won't know I exist. Please. So they like ask their mom. They save up for a long time. These people have barely any money. They're like they don't have money, and then they finally get enough money to send fucking $20 to the guy, just so he looks at the comment, or she or whatever looks at the comment for 20 seconds. Is like, oh, okay, hello, and they're just like, and they're just doing nothing all day long, dude. I can't watch VTuber shit. It's too upsetting. That's fine though. God bless America, mostly. I think so, right? TikTok trends, I sent that to... it's a long story. I don't do it anymore, but I used to watch TikTok. I used to watch TikTok a lot. And it's pretty good, man. It was actually insane. Whenever I was watching it, when 2021, oh my God. I was like, same as all social media, to fucking exist as a thing and show yourself on social media, and you have to be the best version of this online social media. These are like, the people like doing all these trends, all the females, are like trying to emulate the perfect encapsulation of what a female is in totality on TikTok. Like they were and they still are, I'm guessing. I don't watch it anymore, but I would like post about it all the time on Twitter and shit, like making, like, you know, talking about the before the movie cuties. I would call them my, you know, cuties, but then the cuties movie kind of tainted that word and I couldn't use it anymore. That's fine. I was just constantly like, this is insane, dude. These people are super, yes, they're super young, and that's the weirdest part about all of it. They are, as soon as they're introduced to social media, like I was introduced whenever it was like MySpace and Facebook, and you had to act a different way, and it made people that were very young getting into it like super good at it. And you were like, it was weird. It was a weird thing. But then these people are the same thing, but it's like there's an expert class. There's like a class of people that are just so fucking good at it. And the whole thing is that they're really, really good at it. And it's so weird. It's like you're watching people, and like, because you're scrolling, usually it would always be like you only see your own friends' accounts and what they're posting. And that would be the entire thing. You're scrolling and you're seeing your own friends' shit. But then these ones were like anybody. It could be anyone in the entire world. And the ones that it does show you are the ones that are the best at it. So it's everyone in this age bracket competing for every type of thing you could do. It's insanity, dude. I was like, whoa, man. That is actually crazy. And they're just like girls trying to dance and encapsulate feminine, cute, whatever energy the best. And it's such a dynamic game that's going so fast that within 2 days, you'd watch one day all the dances that are popular that day. 2 days later, it's like they've advanced 20 years worth of cute girl dancing technology that people have danced. The girls have danced so cutely for 20 years. They've danced, and you're like, holy God! 2 days is all it took for them to realize the way they could like wiggle their hips like that, and then do the face. But then all of them catch up that day. They catch up to like 20 different things they could do. 20 different things in one day. They realize it, and they're like, whoa. I didn't realize we could twist our hips and do like a little and that's the same shit that's going on with VTubers right now. It's like same as dudes are the ones that are usually autistic most of the time. It's mostly dudes that are autistic and that are like, you know, that's fine. It's fine. It's good. Whatever. But it's interesting that dudes are the only ones that can be autistic, and also they're the only ones, like, they're the ones that are able to be the best females. It's like dudes themselves are looking at females and being like, you know what, bitch, I got this. I'll go ahead and do it better. And then you got people. I'm just making jokes here, people, but it also is very funny that they just fucking start doing their own thing. That is so crazy. That are dudes and whatever. We're fine. We're good. Well, that is very bright. It's pretty good, actually. I kind of want to see that TikTok trends. It's so many different songs, but it's only like 5 seconds of each song. So I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I might have started it off with yeah. It gives a bit of the backstory. And I don't remember what I said exactly.
On all the different trends.
Yeah, I sent it to a female. I sent this to a female. Where she couldn't get online. And I sent her a female that said, hey, here's an update on all the different trends, because I know you... I used to always bug her, because it was like my girlfriend. And I used to bug her by sending her all these fucking, like... And I would tell her the same thing I'm telling you now, where it's just insane that there's this whole fucking dynamic of social media where it's like they're females doing the most dedicated work to becoming the cutest representation of anything ever. And every day there's a million people that plug in and become the cutest thing ever. More than the next day, or, you know, it's just insanity. So I sent her a thing. It would be fun. She was in jail. I've already said that out loud before, so I guess I don't need to hide it, actually. She was in jail, and where she was currently was a place where I could send her a video, actually, and I could send pictures. It needed to be 1 minute long, under 1 minute long, and it needed to be like MP4. And I just luckily knew how to do all that. Like, I couldn't send it from my iPhone. I couldn't create a video on my iPhone because it would be an MOV thing. Either way, it's fine. So I sent her this thing, which we'll go ahead and watch it real quick because it's actually kind of funny. I'm like, listen, I know you're... Which she didn't. She laughed about it, but she also would like be like kind of upset that I was showing her these dancing girls all the time. But so that's why I sent it to her, because it's a funny thing that I need to update her on it while she's in jail.
Be an update on all the different trends happening on TikTok. I know you used to love making videos on it.
Take. my no-no square.
Good lord, dude. And that was like 5 years ago, 4 years ago? Holy God. That is insanity. That is upsetting. Beyond belief, it's upsetting. Very exciting, though. Too exciting, actually. Good heavens above. And God. You know? Really cool stuff. Really cool stuff. You know? Are you guys even here? Go Roblox and, are you guys even... Hello? I don't think anyone's here. We got 3 guys. There's no one here anymore. Everybody's dead. Can we kill everybody yet? Is it possible to kill everyone yet? Can we kill everybody ever? Yet? Right? Hold on. Somebody kill this guy, man. I'm done with this shit. Alright, that's fine. Yeah, that's good. Let's go ahead and go to VR chat. I feel like at least somebody needs to fucking, like... There's 3 guys. Someone say something. You know? Someone, just at least somebody say something. You know? I think at least that's fine. That's good, right? Whoa, rivals and it's a pussy? Whoa! From watching that shit that I just showed, my eyes are like peeled. They are like triggered. They're dipped in battery acid and ready for a current to pass around them so it can like go and like get gripped in. So I'm looking for pussy, you know. Like I saw that pussy that was, it looked like one of the outfits that the people would wear in the video we just watched. That's all I need to say. That's fine. We're good. Left controller battery low. Let's get a controller battery in here. That's fine. How do I... Listen. How do I... I'm going to send this recording that I recorded as soon as I woke up. After a thing did something to me in my bed. And... I you know... Like I do many times whenever I first wake up and there's this, I have a thing happen, a lucid dream happen, and I wake up and then I record it on this app where I just record like a voice thing message where I just tell the thing what just happened. I just describe what happened with my voice. And I can play that on this video thing. I've never done this. I record these very often. There are moments where I'll go many days where I keep recording ones, like multiple times a night sometimes, if I just go to sleep and have a dream and wake up, and then I'll record it, and then I'll go to sleep and wake up, have a dream, record it. But good lord, sometimes it happens, and I don't do anything for a long time. I don't say anything for a long time, and that's fine. But... I always record them as if people are going to hear them one day. So like it's kind of like I'm recording a video, because like I'm always saying stuff where I'm like I'm actually talking to someone. Like it's like I'm talking to someone, like I'm doing now, where I'm like, you know, I'm not just talking to myself, I'm talking like as if someone's listening to me. And that's fine. But I've never showed one, you know. But this one was just so... It felt like it was an actual moment that happened where... All of them were actual moments that happened in my mind. But this one I exclaimed and showed a lot of different feelings. that I haven't actually exclaimed on here. I've described them, and they've all been kind of ridiculous sounding. All of it just sounds so dumb. I know that. That's what I was saying earlier. So I'll just say this real quick. I know, like, that you can listen to some person for a long time, and then you end up feeling like you just can't trust them anymore. They're not a reliable narrator all of a sudden, because you hear them say one thing where you're just like, that's insane. I can't trust a person that's their logic, you know? That sounds insane. So I'll just go ahead and say, I've said this so many times, I'll just say it one more time though. I was an atheist at the age of like 6, because I cornered my mom. I was like, Mom, is Santa Claus real? Yes or no? And she just kept saying yes all day. And I'm like, but Mom, it doesn't make sense. How can he go around the whole, you know, like, how does this make sense? What is this? And she was just like, fine, okay? No, he's not real. Is that what you wanted me to say? Is that what you wanted? And then I said, I was like, Jesus too? And she was like, no, Jesus is real. And I'm like, but they're both magic. Like, how is one real and what's what? And that was legitimately the start of me becoming an atheist, because I was like, you know, I'm like, how is magic real? What's happening? I was just kind of like, what? I didn't understand what was happening. And that's I was listening to some guy talk, and I would watch his YouTube videos, and then he gave a story one time about how what's it called, where they hypnotize you. He said, I was once hypnotized. Yeah, I had a whole thing where I was hypnotized. And I'm like, and the people that were also talking to him in that group, it was like a group of YouTubers that were all just kind of, and they all stopped in their tracks and kind of looked at him like, what? And I could feel it, the whole conversation, for me at least. I was like, I can't trust this guy anymore. This is a ridiculous person. How can you say the whole conversation is about like logic, science, and how you can better and then you're like, yeah, no, I once believed some dumb shit happened. Like, I once was so stupid that someone convinced me that I was going to like turn into a chicken or some shit. He was like, you're so tired. And I was like, I am tired. Like, and he just said that out loud. He's like, I was once so dumb that someone was like, you are so sleepy. You are going to, and you're like, I was like, oh, I am sleepy. You know what? I am sleepy. Dude. So I was like, this isn't fucking real. This guy, that's not fucking real. That's not how this, and so I just stopped believing him. And so I understand that. That's what I'm trying to say. I understand that somebody can say a thing and it can just be so ridiculous. You can just be like, what? That's not how, yeah. And you just stop relying on them as a trustworthy narrator, where you're like, dude, if that's what you believe, God, everything you say now, I have to think you're stupid, you know? And so I understand with this story, that's how people feel about me. I very much understand that. I would be confused, legitimately. I would be confused if anyone heard this and thought otherwise. If someone heard this and was like, yeah, no, right. I would be like, what? Even though I've experienced it myself, so I know it's real. No, I obviously, yes, I could be insane. I could be crazy. That's always a possibility. And that's what I thought for the first fucking like 5 months that it was happening. I was legitimately just like, this isn't real. This is so dumb. I've gone crazy. Well, no, I just thought, I'm thinking this is happening while I'm wide awake, but actually I had to have fallen asleep. Even though I don't remember whenever I fell asleep, it was a continuous progression of being aware and awake within my body. And so I'm just like, how did this just suddenly pop up? Like, what is happening? And that's fine. So I understand if you hear the story and you're just like, I can't try. That's what I would expect. That's what I would expect. It just doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense. It's so silly. It's so dumb. It really is very silly. It is very silly, actually. At least there's that. So, yeah, for the first 5 months, dude, I just thought that it was my dreams. But then it kept doing shit where it would show me something that was going to happen that day. And then it happened exactly as it happened. Or it would... I would just be so awake that I knew I was awake. Because I have lucid dreams like every fucking day. Like, that is my main mode of dreaming. Is always, it's a lucid dream. That's always the case. It's always that. It's never... I've always had lucid dreams. And so it's just so normal that that's what I'm experiencing. And... so whenever I would experience something happening where I'm wide awake and then suddenly something starts happening within the room, within my mind, something I'm feeling in my body, like the actual bed starts changing, like where I can feel something walking on the, like whatever. I'm like, no, this is legitimate real. And even if it was just my mind where I'm like, I think this is real, but I don't know. I was recording it. I've recorded so many of these things where I'm like, I need to make sure this isn't a thought in my head. I need to make sure I'm actually awake right now. So I'm recording myself talking. I can even get out of the bed. I can get back in the bed, and each one of them is real. I listen to them the next. I'm actually fucking real. I'm experiencing something. It could still be me being crazy. That's what I've thought from the beginning. And this does get into some very specific shit. Where, dude. Whenever I first started experiencing it, and I first started recognizing it as being real, I was so excited because I'm like, oh my god, this is my guardian angel. I was so excited. I was like, this is my guardian this is what it's like? Wait, is this what happens every time I go into a dream? Something like accelerates you towards it? Because like, what started happening was, usually you forget when you fall asleep, and you just wind up inside your dream at some point. But I started to remember the entire thing from whenever I was laying down to where I started to fall asleep into my dream. And the way it would happen, I would be laying on my back and I would accelerate this way. So I'm laying flat on my back and it would be like where my headboard would be. And I would accelerate up that way as if like something was lifting me up from my feet. And it wasn't as if I was feeling G-forces. It wasn't like, I felt like as if maybe I was like accelerating. It just felt like I was blasting through something. It just like I saw this stuff go. No, I felt legitimate G-forces. Like as real as anything. As real G-forces are. That's, I felt legitimate. And so I don't think my actual body was accelerating outside the thing. But I'm like, whoa, dude. Apparently I can feel this shit from a goddamn dream. Like, I've never, like, I've had lucid, again, it's always lucid dreams, so I can feel, I always try to feel things and see how real it feels sometimes. Like, if I'm, like, really studying the dream and, like, okay, I'm gonna put my hands under hot water. And I'm like, okay, no, that doesn't even feel like anything. Okay, then I touch this, and sometimes dreams shock me to where, like, I feel like I literally am just covered in water. I'm covered in this or whatever. Even whenever, sometimes it happens whenever you're sweaty and stuff, but either way, God, you know. It's fine. Let me go piss real quick, and then I'll get into the gay stuff. And that's the funnest stuff. Because the most obvious thing, and so I'll let that speak for me, because I it's very funny the way I get I start feeling what I'm talking about in the thing. It's really funny, actually. So I'll let it talk for me. Hopefully it sounds okay. I'm always just recording it with this, but I like lay it next to my head, so I don't know if it actually sounds that good. So I thought it was a fucking, like, a magical, that was my, what's it called? Where it's your angel? Where it's your, what the fuck was the word I was using? Where it's your fucking angel? Where everyone has an angel? What's the thing called where everyone has an angel? Go, Loy! What's it called where everyone has an angel? What's it called? What's the thing called when you have an angel? What's that angel called? What's the angel called where you have an angel and everyone it started out for 5 months, man. And so listen, if you start listening to what I'm saying right now, and you've heard it up till now, and you start to be like, no, I'm not believing this, am I? Because I don't expect people to believe it, but if you're like listening to it, and you've like tracked it up until now, and you're just like, no, whoa, and you're like, no, I'm sorry, like, I understand. It's fucking weird, and it's a little scary. God bless us. God bless. You know, so I started out as an atheist, and then you fucking, whatever, man. So I'm whatever, man. What the fuck ever. A guardian angel. I thought it was a guardian angel, man. I'm just so excited. I'm like, whoa. So this is how, so at first I didn't think that there was an entity involved. I was just accelerating through the thing, and I would be like, oh, zzz, and I would have to calm myself down so much because it was so overwhelming that I would like, it would jolt me awake. I would be like, I'd feeling these G-forces that were just legitimate G-forces, higher than I've ever felt it, but it was just like, and it was just purely real. And so, and then it would go, and then it would reach the peak, and then it would slow down, and then it would release me, and I would see the dream world, and I would like fall down into the dream world, whatever it was. Like, it was just always random, but it was like, at this point, it wasn't loaded yet. But it didn't look like any game I've ever fucking experienced. Like, if I was like inspired in my own mind into what I thought something would look like if it wasn't loaded in, and that's what made me see it as this, and that's what inspired my mind. Because all this, I'm always trying to, I'm like, I'm insane, I'm crazy. That's what's happening. I'm crazy, and for some reason I'm thinking this is what's happening. But it's actually just, you know, memories from my own experience in real, you know, life and stuff. But then the game, or like, so I would think that I would compare it to a game, but it didn't look like anything I've ever seen before that wasn't loaded. It was like as if there was like a tracer line around everything, so I could tell that there was like a person there, but I couldn't see the face. And there was like literally no color. It was all black, but I could see like an outline that wasn't like a hard outline. But I could I would walk up and I'd be like, oh, this is a fucking swing set, because I'd get enough angles of it where I could see the shape of it. And then I would see a person. But then so it started. It was that, and then suddenly I started to feel pressure on my feet whenever I started to feel the acceleration into my dream. And I felt pressure on my feet, and that pressure turned into individual fingertips on my feet. For what why the feet? What has happened? Why are you doing what? And so the pressure that I was feeling, that was pushing me up from my feet, and that's what was accelerating me. At first I never felt any pressure. That's just, I just thought I was going into a dream. But then this is whenever I first was like, oh my god, I have a fucking guardian angel. I started to feel pressure on my feet. I'm like, what? And first it was just a dense pressure thing, and it didn't feel like anything dramatic. But then I felt each individual fingertip that was like grabbing my feet like this, and like, you know, rubbing the feet or whatever. Like rubbing the feet, and like I could feel each individual fingertip. And I'm recording things while I'm wide awake. Like I'm recording my voice, like, okay, I want to make sure this isn't a fucking like a dream that I'm having. And I'm just like thinking that I'm wide awake laying in my bed, but actually like I'm not. And so I'm recording like, okay, oh my god, what? It just pulled my pinky toe. Like I would just say specific ass things, and it would always be weird shit I could never have expected. And I'm like, what? So I'm like, I'm trying to figure out what the fuck does toes what do feet have to do with any of this? Because I'm still thinking this is a guardian angel. I'm like, this is a protector. And and I tried to look down at it whenever I started to accelerate, so I was inside of the dream space, but it was like, I was awake the entire time through the transition, and like as I was laying there. And so I realized once I started to feel the acceleration, I could look down. You know, it was already so like exciting. It took so many tries to be able to calm myself down, to not wake up in the middle of fucking acceleration. So it was an extra thing to be able to look down and not like be excited enough to wake myself up. And so I'd look down, and it would just be like a black silhouette. Like, it didn't have any face or anything. It was just like a silhouette of a humanoid, like a human-shaped thing. And I would just look at it, and I couldn't really tell, but I'm like, that's the size of a guy, and it looks like a guy, and I felt fingers as if it's a person or whatever. Like, literally, like, the fucking... The sensation of, like, the grit of fingertips. Like, it was like bare fingertips on my feet, and I'm under covers, so I'm like, okay, so somehow it's able to get through the cover. So all this time after feeling all this shit for so long, and yes, I could just be insane. That's the most likely thing. Yes. Most likely, like, okay. So it's grabbing my feet, and I'm like, okay, so it's able to get. So I'm at this point, many months down the road. Let's just go ahead and take it as serious, like it's actually something that's happening, and I feel it for real. Because at a certain point, man, in my shoes, it's like, yes, I could be insane, but at this point, man, I felt this so many times, and it's like told me things that are gonna happen in the day, and I'm trying to prove it wrong the whole time, and I'm just like, okay, man, okay, I'll take it as it is. I'll just believe something's happening, and then I try to figure it out at that point. So I'm just like, okay, well, I have covers over me, and it's able to still touch me as if there's no covers. So it's like, this is just like a weird extraneous thought, but it's like, okay, so something like the Plato's thought experiment where everything is an object in the mind. So whatever is above this, if it's a simulation, whatever's happening, however this thing can interact with me, it could be something from within this universe. This is when you start taking it seriously, and you're like, it gets so stupid. So if you take it seriously, it's either I'm crazy, it's happening within my own mind, it's something that is stirred up within my own mind. It could be something that was born within this universe, a thing that was inside of this universe that started to, you felt, or hold on, so something within this universe that, hold on, I need to get a drink. Water, I need a drink of water. A thing that fucking, it could, like, if consciousness is a fundamental force and you're able to scientifically, technologically dip into it as a fundamental thing that's beneath physical forms and stuff, then you'd be able to directly hook into someone's mind. If this is an alien thing that was born within this universe, like on a different planet, but 1 billion years ago, so it's 1 billion years ahead of us, it would have technology. If it's existed from then till now, it would have technology that could do magic shit. It would feel like magic does, obviously. It could either do that if consciousness is a fundamental force, and it could dip into that, and so it's doing it to your mind that's outside of this thing, or it could go brute force mode, where it can send in photons or whatever that go in and directly hit, like a huge fucking MRI thing that like interacts with your brain, and they could have shit that's built on the Planck scale and that swims through your blood like a little tiny things that float in the and you can't even see it, and it goes inside of your body and then can control your brain neurons from that way, or a fucking thing that's like that shoots photons and interacts with your brain that way, so it would directly brute force your mind into experiencing things. They would be able to do that. They'd be able to, if consciousness is a fundamental force, they'd be able to do that. So it could be, I'm crazy, it could be something from within this universe interacting with me in this universe. If this is a simulation, whatever's above this, whatever it's created within, it could be something that's inside of that thing. And if it's something within that, it wouldn't have to actually obey the laws of physics. You could just type in spawn this in this room, and it doesn't, if it's a fucking like real simulation thing, it didn't have to actually like make sense. And you could as those entities within that space, you could do something within this. Or if it's and these are things that kind of counteract with people, how they're trying to understand aliens. And like, they're like, okay, so could it be something that's from a different time, from a different space within this thing, from a different universe, like a different dimension? You know, and it sounds all so silly, but then we kind of have ideas about these things, and so it's like, okay, well, technically, yeah, you know, and so yeah, it could be a different dimension, a thing that it's still attached to us, so it's not like it's a totally separate thing than us. All these things would be happening through science, not like magic, whatever you imagine magic as. If the thing can happen, that means it happens because of something caused it to be able to happen. It sounds so silly, but it's like magic would be something that the outside layer, the simulation layer, like the thing that simulated you, if it wanted to just click its cursor inside of your space and click and drag something like a full planet, it could click a planet and drag it across your sky or whatever, and it would be able to, it would go faster than the speed of light, and you would just see it like go across, and you're like, what? And that would have no claim on any type of science from within your space. That would be magic. That would be something that doesn't make any sense from within your space. That would be what magic is, if it has to have a definition of thing that it is. And most of this, everything is not magic. It's a fucking, it would have to exist as a thing that could happen, because it has happened. So something has to have made it happen. That's when you start to take it seriously. Or this is whenever, like, this is when it starts to get stupid. For some reason, the government has wanted us to think that they have discovered aliens. They've captured alien spacecraft. They want us to think that for some reason. I don't know why. It could be because it's true, and they're wanting to tell us. They've told us about that. Like, that's, I know that sounds silly if you've not heard anything about it, but from official account, like, they've wanted, that's for some reason something they're wanting, and it could be just to distract us. It could be very small like that, or it could be like to make the enemies of our country think that we have like super advanced technology, and so they just don't fuck with us. It could be so many things. It's confusing, but what was I talking about? Yeah, so when you start to take it seriously and you're like, what the fuck actually is this? Like, what actually is happening? Good God.
Joshua Lewis says,
God help us. God help us. It seems like, I'm going to get a drink of water. I'm going to look at the chat for a while, and you guys can remind me where I was at. Because I'm sorry. I need to get a drink. Water? My lips are super dry. But man, it's let me get this fucking thing. The thing for my phone. I'm gonna send it. Oh my god, it's been recording. I started to record something. Good one? Okay, yeah. So send, share recording. I can click on Telegram maybe? Yeah, I'll send it there, I guess. How much space does this?
Hey,
oh, okay, that's
Kendrick,
not big at all. That's good.
Joshua Lewis
That's
says,
good. We're good.
Chat.
I'll have to download it and then unsend it from that person because I don't want them to see this. Even though I'm doing it in
Joshua
public right now,
Lewis
that's fine.
says,
We're good.
My name is Josh Lewism.
We're fine. We're fine. Okay. Download. Yep. Where's it at? Show in folder. Okay. Cut. And I'll paste it on the fucking desktop. And then I'll even open up Audacity and see if I can remove the background sound or whatever. We're fine. You guys say shit in the chat, by the way, and I'll read the chat. I'm gonna read the chat. And I'm sorry. Isn't it weird though? You start to take it seriously and you're like, no, God. Like, what? No. And especially, like, so it was a good thing to me. It was treating me well. Like, I thought, I was so if this is something that my own brain is thinking up, and it's coming up with shit on its own, and I'm just crazy, it is so impressive how much of a different thing it could have going on than what I have going on in my conscious brain. Because I think the entire time, like, I'm so happy with it. And I'm so thankful for it to exist. And I'm like sending all positive love. And I'm thinking, I'm like so shocked that it exists. And I'm like, whoa. And I'm trying to constantly feel and see what it's doing. And like whenever it would like drop me off into the dream, I would see where it would drop off into the dream. And I would try to track it down. And then I would just come upon a random looking person. This will come into play later in the story. It would, and so I'm like obvious, and I would just, I remember the first time I saw the person that I really was sure that fell down into the thing, and I'm like, okay, there, and I got to them, and I laughed in their face, and I could tell that they actually were a little upset by it. They felt bad. At least that's what the dream showed me. It could be me, it could be whatever. At this point, man, yes, I've been an atheist since that age, and you start, but then you take, so I'm already at this point, I've taken psychedelic drugs, and I'm like, okay, something's going on. It's a simulation. Like, I already know we're going to get to a point where we can create a simulation, so why haven't we done that already? And you do psychedelic drugs and you're like, oh, whoa, shit, I didn't realize. I didn't realize. My bad. I didn't realize it was serious. Whoa. And suddenly it is serious though. What am I saying? It's so shocking the way it can be different than what my mind is thinking if it's my own mind doing this. Because good lord, man.
Says,
okay,
hey,
we
Kendrick,
got a guy
what's
talking.
Your name on VR chat?
Hey, Kendrick. The love of God, whoa. Was it pushing you up? I touched feet before I drank water once. Oh shit, Joshua Lewis just got all out. You just stopped talking. What'd you remove from chat, Joshua? Lewis! Joshua Lewis! Where'd the chat go? I drank water once, I experienced things once, I discovered aliens once, there's always an or, possibilities are endless, yes, so I remember looking at chat then. Amen. Did you say, hey, Inquisitor, I wish you're still here, Inquisitor, did you say amen to what Joshua Lewis said? Because it, like, went from the point you said that to message to amen, there's a message retracted in between there. I'm confused what happened. Let me
Joshua Lewis says, you were not looking at the chat?
I know I wasn't looking at the chat. I'm sorry about the not chat. And I'm sorry about the chat. I know I look at chat. I know. Listen, man. Come on. Be serious about this. Hello? Look. The possibilities are endless. Message retracted. Amen. Inquisitor, did you say amen to something he said, or did I say something you said amen to? And if it was me, either way, what'd you say amen to? I chatted. I drank bottled water once. Oh my God. Message retract. I added someone once. I read once. You said you were getting to some gay stuff. Yeah. I'm glad people are starting to their minds are working on this story, and they're paying attention to the important stuff. This is gonna get into the gay stuff. This right here, I could start saying the gay stuff, but that's what I just want to say to you. So I'm just gonna tell the first. I think I tell it in this, even though I kind of like. It starts with me telling the story that just happened, and then I realized that maybe this is a good time, because I record these all after I wake up as if people are going to hear them, and So in this one, I just decide to say the entire story, and so like in here, I end up telling like the first time it ever got gay, cause it was so shocking. I was like, what? And obviously, I say it in here better. I don't want to spoil the fucking the biggest joke, because it's so funny the way I say it in here. That's what let me just fucking do this already. Let me do this already. Let me scroll. Hold on. Why can't I scroll into this? Is it Alt? Control, scroll.
Oh. I haven't recorded one of these in a while. Bunch of shit's been happening though.
So I do sound pretty tired. Pretty damn tired when I first get up. Let me just select this. Yeah. Okay. Noise removal. Noise reduction. Here, I can turn on. Oh, you do see it. Do you? Oh yeah, let me pull this up like this. Yeah. Get noise profile, so I have to select a bit of the noise. Each time these little pop up, these are the times I say words. And so in between here is like whenever it's just pure sound, like white noise. So you can select that and get a noise profile, so it understands what your noise sounds like in the background. And then you can repeat the noise reduction on the entire thing, and it removes that noise that you showed it out of the entire thing, hopefully. Like, that's the best thing it could, that's what it's trying to do anyways. And so it's going to remove that background sound out of it, and then I'm going to try to turn it up, because it's this loud.
There's one night where, like a few nights where it hadn't been happening.
Yeah, so I end up getting into shit that I didn't end up describing whenever it first happened.
Joshua Lewis says Josh Lewism 20.
I think I need to say something. So the first, do I need to say it? The first time it happened where I'm confused? I say it in here, I think, but it's going to be weird starting at a story whenever I've said that the first things I've experienced were it's a whatever the angel. My what the fuck? You guys told me what it was also. Let me look. Guardian, it was my guardian angel, and suddenly we get it just starts out like this. It's weird. I guess I'll start it, because I get more awake as it goes. Whatever. Fuck you. If I scroll into here, yeah, see, it's way louder out here. Okay. Limiter. This chops off the top half. See where like these things stick up way up high and shit? So it just goes through here and chops off like the top and bottom at a certain point. And then it brings it out to the edge. It chops it off and then stretches the rest out, so it just turns it up either way.
There's one night where...
And then I can actually do a filter curve. So I started out with this. No. Effect, compressor. I compress it first. Yeah, and then filter. Yeah, this is how I do my audio every time I make a video. Which none of this is necessary. But it might make it sound more like me, but it's not using the same microphone, so it won't, actually. It'll just be something different. That's fine. Filter, so yeah, and then I did that.
There's one night where, like
yeah, that's fine. I can amplify it, and then it would be new peak, so I can amplify it, and then I can make this 0. No. Whatever. Export audio, and could I do this is this doesn't make it into, you know, it does, it's, what the fuck's the word for it? It doesn't, make the, god damn it, I'm stupid. I'm sorry, I'm dumb right now. Is there can I take caffeine or something? I got caffeine. Let me take caffeine. My brain is stupid right now. I need to get smarter for this to work. Like, faster. My brain, it's fine. It just has to start happening faster. It's becoming stupid. It needs to stop. It's becoming dumb. Stop it. You know? Do you understand me right now, you guys? Hold on. The insufflation of caffeine is the best way to make it... I don't want to have it last too long. But I want to make it hit right now. I don't want to eat it. I'm sorry. Listen, you guys don't need to hear about this because this is a little... This is a little, you know... All this is sad. When you see a person ingesting a thing in a way, in a certain way that you understand as a thing, and then you're like, what? They put it into their body like that? And then you like eat a huge fucking cheeseburger that's like tinted with red 40 or whatever. Like you eat a bunch of fucking Doritos. You're like, what? There's no way he could have done it like that. That's not right. And then you eat like a huge ass fucking like thing that's made of hold on. Sorry. Let me focus on this. Let me start playing it. Let me hold on. Sorry. It's not it doesn't lose any of its information. Where did it go? I exported it. Where did it go? E-audio 2. Browse. Browse. We can start playing it, and then I can deal with the thing. Right. That's the best way to do it. Can I? God? God? Auto E2. There we go.
Haven't recorded one of these in a while. Bunch of shit's been happening though.
Can I make it go faster? There's no ways to really change it.
Like a few nights where it hadn't been happening. I don't think. Like I didn't.
That was scary, dude.
Feel anything too strong.
I need to not interrupt this for a while. I need to not interrupt this for a while. I need to make it play faster than normal though. I want to have it play like at 2x speed. Can you do that in this? Speed 2 times. That sound good? Can I make this sound better? Hold on, let's play it on open with VLC media player. Yeah.
Haven't recorded one of these in a while. Bunch of shit's been.
Okay, how do I make it play faster? Playback? Speed? You just can click faster? Where's like the 2.0 faster? What the fuck? Faster.
There's one night where, like a few nights where it hadn't been happening. I don't think. Like I didn't feel anything too strong, and I stopped taking the lithium morphine.
You can tell that I'm southern from this also. Whenever I'm more tired, I need to stop. I need to stop stopping.
And I felt the presence like big time, and I'm like, it fucking startled me. Like it's like I got used to it, and it was only.
Joshua Lewis says,
I don't know, like 5 days or something. It felt like that I didn't notice it or something, and it was dying off. And like it wasn't as strong. I don't know. And it suddenly was really strong, and I felt like the.
It's very scary whenever it stops for a while, and it becomes like a fucking thought in the back of your, like it becomes some weird memory, like some weird dream, and then you're suddenly I'm wide awake, and then you feel it's actual fucking. This is what I'm trying to say, you guys. I'm wide awake, and in real life, I actually feel imprints as if something's walking on my bed or crawling. I don't know the spacing between the hands or feet. I can't tell exactly if it's a foot or a hand at which points, but it's fucking walking, and I'm like literally my body is actually leaning towards it. I can't see it on top of the covers. I have a weighted blanket and shit, so I like, you know, and it's dark. I've tried to turn the light on before and try to see if I can see shit happening actually with the covers. There has been one time where I've tested where I put it on my bed while I'm like laying down. I'm still like a kind of, you know, and I laid I vape, and so like it's terrible. I actually have a vape that I fucking vape on. Either way. Right, I'm gonna look at your thing real quick. I laid it on the bed and got it to a point where I kept letting go and seeing it if it would fall down. Like, and I would actually lean around on the bed. I'd like let go because I didn't want to have it to where it would fall one way or the other.
Joshua Lewis says, okay.
And I thought, and I would be like, oh, you know, it did it, but it actually was because I was like leaning. So I made it to where it would always fall down this way. It was like I would just let go and it'd go. I would let go, and and then I'm like, I said in my head to it, it can hear my thoughts, you know, like it's shown me that it responds to my thought, like I talk to it by just thinking in my head. And I'm like, can you show me, can you hit this? I wasn't recording it. It's like I knew if I recorded it, it would not do it. And so I'm just like, can you please show me? And I let go, and it fell faster. You know, from living in life, you know how fast something falls down in real life, like just from gravity. It does it at that speed. And so like if something is hit and it goes, and it just fucking just goes like really fast, like out of nowhere, it's like so clear, and it's so shocking to see that happen right in front of your face with nothing that touched it. You can't see anything that happened, and it's just fucking like every time it would go poof, and it would fall down with the speed of gravity, where it'd go, and then it just went, and I let go of it and went, and it just fucking fly, it just went bam, and just laid down. I'm like, whoa. So either way, these are the things that I've tested it with, and if you start to believe this, and you're like, it's a little bit of a panic situation, because you're like, no, whoa, because this thing, anyways, is a very much a trickster cunt, a fucking cunt. You're a cunt.
Joshua
Fuck you.
Lewis says, please read the chat.
I'll read the chat now. You're right. You said you were getting to some gay. I'll get to the gay stuff. I'm about to play it. I said hello. Hey Kendrick, what's your name on VR? It's A Kendrick. You were not looking at chat. Message retracted. No, to what you said about God help us. Yes. Again, I was an atheist at the age of like 6. It's really weird for me to say any of this. It's so weird, actually. But there's something going on. It's not magic. It's if you imagine this is a simulation, that's a thing it's creating itself. It's actually like a thing that's creating itself again and again, and we're inside of it. We're inside of God's mind, whatever you want to call that. It's real. Whatever this is, it's real. Something's happening. Which also, thank God, something's happening. Dude, could you imagine if all that was real is you just wake up and go to a desk at a job? That's your life. You wake up and you're at a desk now. That's the entirety of reality. That would be upsetting. Very upsetting. It's kind of scary that there's these entities that can interact with you, and they're not necessarily nice. But it's like, God, at least something's happening. Because, Lord, if that was all that was happening, that would be upsetting. Very upsetting. And they don't need to be. Why are they gay? Why are they gay? Let me play this one thing before I play this. And it sounds so stupid. I know. And especially because it's from the government admits that they were a former CIA, like high up person from the CIA. Read the chat. I'll read the chat actually. It's so stupid. This guy is actually from the CIA, and they want us to know that, and they want us to think that, and he describes himself encountering this force, whatever this is. They call it, like, some people are like, it's aliens, whatever the fuck. Whatever's happening. It could be multiple things. It could be different things. It could be things with, again, like I said all before, like it's something within this universe, something from outside of this universe. It could be a lot of different things, or like within your own self, whatever. There's no, who knows? Let me rechat. I'm so sorry. 1221, the sky starts to bleed. I don't know what that means. Touching feet. Bleed. I don't know what that means. What is that from a book? What does that mean? Let me show. Hold on. Let me. So I'm looking up at this. Yeah. Right. Add me on VR chat or Josh Lewism. Go ahead and add me. Kendrick, read the Kendrick, please read the chat. Yeah, exactly. Okay, we're done. I did it. I read the chat. Right? Right? Let me find this. I'm so sorry, by the way. What was his name? CIA agent Cunt McBurg. Cunt McShit fuck. What's his name? Oh, I've sent it to her last, and I haven't sent anything after that. So this is the best one to look at. And it's so stupid, man. These people, like, the people that are closest to me in my life, they were, like, there around me whenever I started to do things that did seem crazy. Because I was, like, taking psychedelics for a while. And, like, the things you say are just so stupid. So crazy, actually. Insane, you could say. And so, for me then to have all this happening, it's just like, it's so extra. It's very extra. It's like, just, can you stop?
Please add me a VR chat.
I will!
My name is Josh.
I'm not even playing right now, though. So, just give it a second. So, okay, I'm gonna play this video real quick. And it looks stupid because it's like such a low quality podcast. And the thing that it's talking about, it's literally right here at the end whenever he talks about that. That is like, whoa, what? And I didn't even watch this before, like, so this was posted when, February 4th, and I'm like, what? And I heard that thing he said at the end, and it was so, and I've seen him, I know who Jim Simivan is. He's a whole part of this whole UFO fucking world. It's so stupid, I know. But he's a really big part of the UFO world. He's he sounds like he's being serious. He's knowingly saying he's part of the CIA. So it's like, it's not like he's not the CIA anymore. You're always gonna bat for your team whenever it's that serious. And so it's just confused. You know, it's like, what? He could be just really good at lying. Either way, I'm gonna play it. So he's talking about this fucking guy up here who is a fucking like a redneck guy that started to have interactions with getting abducted and seeing the lady. This is just an artist rendition of it. And he is describing why people are interested in him. Because like there's so many people that are like, this guy's the one that's going through and telling the stories about all this alien shit being real. And so he's doing the storytelling. He's a fucking scientist, a PhD that's met with them. And everyone's like, why are all these like very important people from the government or from like government institutions that are like scientist people, why are they meeting with this guy that's telling stories of like he got abducted and shit? Like, why specifically him? There's so many people that have all had this happen. Why specifically him? And so he's describing that. And then it's 2 minutes and
I just think they're a great all-American family. But when Chris went through,
what's happening?
I just said it.
Every word he tells me.
Go fuck yourself. I just said it.
And not only do I believe every word he tells me, he attracted the attention of a lot of people. DIA, NASA, CIA, other agencies. Everybody wanted to get close to him. Everybody wanted to know as much as information as they possibly can, because his experience it took in not only the classic abduction scenario, because he had missing time, right, where he had no idea what was going on, right, but he also met the entities themselves, and he also met the lady.
Yeah.
Not
Look at
many
that
people meet the
fucker.
lady.
See, it's like, how can you take this
And,
shit seriously?
I think, and the lady is an element in all of this that really hasn't been explored very much. I will tell you that in some circles it's taken very, very seriously, but it hasn't been explored. The Catholic Church looked at it, because a lot of the sightings, Medjugorje, Fatima.
These are all
Lourdes,
related to Mary.
They were all the lady
Bible,
appeared. None of the children that saw any of this ever claimed it was the Virgin Mary. It was just the lady. It was just a lady who showed up.
Right.
And I doubt the Virgin Mary had blonde hair and blue eyes. She was Semitic. So, and of course, the lady would lie, and the lady, would scare the living hell out of them, and fire and brimstone sometimes lovely messages. A typical abduction scenario where these beings come to people and they tell them stories. They have the line about the the environment and things along those lines, but they're generally there's a trickster element to it. There is a physical, not very nice physical element to it. There's a very strong sexual element to it. It's not. I mean, sexual is homoerotic in some cases.
Homoerotic. And then it stops, and I'm so glad he put that last bit in there. Whoever made this clip, it's a fucking clip from this fucking thing. I'm so glad he put that last bit in there because it's so unrelated to the rest of it, and I could see him not wanting to have that. But I'm like, what? Thank God. A person of authority can tell the story I'm saying right now. Holy God. I love God, by the way. By the way. I say Jesus Christ, I say God, a lot, exclaiming. I don't think God, my God, doesn't have a problem with it. It's like, have you hurt people? It's very confusing when you read like the first fucking part of the Bible where it's like this jealous, fucking hateful God that is like, you cannot love anyone but me, and it's like he's like, kill your son, and he's like about to kill him, and it's like I can imagine like whatever this God is like edging himself, and he's about to kill his own son since he told him to, and he's like, okay, stop, no, you don't have to. I just want to make sure you were. I just want to make sure you were gonna do it, and he's fucking edging him. Dude, what the fuck? How's that? What God? What is that for? Who are you? Why would God do that? That's mean. By the way, it's not nice. I would say it's not nice. And I don't think a God would be not like, what? Who the fuck is it? What is that? God? And it just fucking like, it's like you must fucking submit. And it's like, what is the lesson here? God, whatever God is, technically, it could be a fucking like an evil entity that started a simulation. It could be a jealous God. It could be. Technically, it just could be. But I don't think you find yourself inside of a thing that doesn't have above it something that's smarter than you. And I think something that's smarter than you that has way more of a breadth of just full experience. And it's experienced so many of these simulated lives, and it's woken up into it, and it remembers all these lives that we're living right now. These are the video games that the simulations, experiences that you bring back. And of course, the only way to make this shit real is to forget everything whenever you start the game. Or else oh, I could just kill myself and wake up. And it makes the whole thing fucking useless. So that's what we're going to do in the future. There's no way to know that's what's happening right now. But we know for a fact, with the technology as it's going, we're going to end up being able to put ourselves into a simulated environment fully with our brain inside of the computer, part of the computer. And in that moment, in that scenario, you could just speak into existence. You could think into existence whatever you wanted to experience. And the AI, the link between you two things would just create that experience, and you would feel it. And if people like scary movies, people like scary things, ideas, games, because it's like you need to experience that other side of it. But with all these things, what would be the best scary movie? What would be the best scary game? Well, it'd be whenever you think it's real. It's whenever suddenly it would be actually real. It's like that's what you're always trying to get to. And with this, you would be able to do that because you have full control of the brain, and at this point, you know what creates the thoughts, and you can control it. And so you would forget where you came from, and suddenly, because like at this point, whenever you can just think yourself into any situation, if you think yourself into a scary thing, as soon as it becomes too scary, you can just like, and then you pull yourself out. You're like, and you're not there anymore. It just stop, and you're not there. So it stops. You don't have to experience it. The one way to make sure there's this duality constantly between, so whenever we're in this God space, this heaven, when we're in heaven, the thing above this, when we're in that space, it feels good because it would just constantly be good. There would be nothing to compare it against, and you would just start to feel nothing. You need the bad, and we would be able to purposefully make it so that you forget when you come into this. And so that's what we're going to end up doing, because we're already making scary movies. We're already making scary games. The logical conclusion to that is to create the ultimate scary movie, the ultimate scary game, where you forget that it's a fucking movie. You forget that it's a game. And then and so it could be the worst sounding thing in the world. A lot of scary movies are like that, where it's like these group of people get captured and fucking tortured and raped in a dungeon for, it's like the worst things you could ever imagine, these scary movies. I hate scary movies that are like that. The ones that are like fucking like, it's like people that are into gore and shit. God, I hate that. Because I understand where that's coming from. I'm like, no, stop. Shut up. God, I hate that. What was I talking about? It's upsetting. What was I know what I was talking about, but what the fuck was the last thing I said? I'm sorry, let me look at the chat. Someone say something? I'll look at chat. Jesus Christ, why is everyone removing shit? Where are your messages going? Oh, did it fucking pop up here? Why'd that pop up in Twitch? No, so I can't look at it anymore. It would have popped up on the screen because you guys can't like remove it from the screen once it pops up. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Doesn't matter. It does not matter. So he said, okay, so I'm like, okay. He said it's fucking, I believe in God. Whatever's happening, it's God. Not magic. It's whatever's this is. And there's shit happening. That's the one that, that's the one thing I can, and it's so weird. The only thing you can say for sure that in this reality is that you can say out loud that this is for sure. I am feeling what I am feeling right now. Even if you're a brain within a vat, you don't even exist. It's fake. All of it's fake. You're still a thing that is feeling as if you're feeling this right now. That's just true. That's the only thing that's true. You don't know if anything else is real, but you were feeling this thing right now. That's happening. Yes, King, preach it, Poppy. We got Q9. We got a new group of people in here. They just showed up. We're about to get to the gay stuff, so I know you guys showed up for a reason. You could tell. They got their, like, how some people have a gaydar, where they can tell if someone's a faggot? There's nothing wrong with being gay, by the way. It is so fine and okay, by the way, if someone's gay. It is so okay. And these fuckers know about it, too. They know. They know how okay it is. They really enjoy it. When they see a... Dude... They could feel it. They could feel it coming on, and they knew when they needed to get in here. They're like, oh my god, there's about to be some gay talk. And they needed to hear it, actually. them more than anyone, they need to hear what's about to be said about the gays. Like, what the fuck? What is happening? So I'll just really quick say the first time it did something like, so it would be feeling my feet, right? And I'd feel each individual fingertip on my feet. And I'm like, this is my guardian angel. I love it. I'm so enthralled and like blessed every night I'm going to sleep. I'm like, instead of just going into a dream, I feel myself and I remember the entire trip to the dream. And my guardian angel takes me there. I'm so excited. I'm like, whoa, God, this is so perfect. Thank you, God. You're showing me this too? Because maybe this is always how it happens, but I just don't ever remember it. And now I remember it each time. This is such a blessing. Thank you, God. Like, legitimately, thank you. That's so incredible. Like, what's happening? And so I'd feel its fingers on my feet, and it would go up my leg. Night after night, it would like get further up my leg. And then it just skipped my entire thigh. And one night I felt it spread the cheeks like this. Very lightly touch like the highest peaks of the cheeks and very lightly spread it. Not like not fully spread, but like barely any skin actually moving, I bet. It was like, barely any skin moving. And I'm started recording and I'm like, am I feeling what I'm feeling right now? Like, I'm like, what? I'm like so confused. I'm like, guardian angel. And I'm like recording myself like, this is what I feel right now. Why? Like, I'm flustered. I'm like, why is this stop. I'm like, stop. I'm so confused. I'm like so confused, man. And I'm like, why is this happening? And I like get mad at it. And I'm like, stop. And and it just wouldn't stop. And then it would stop for a while and it would like grab my feet and then it would start to accelerate or whatever. And the days would go on and it would do it sometimes, but all the time. And I'm just so confused. Like, what the fuck was that? And one time it had both of its hands on my feet. And I'm waiting at this point because it's like it's doing this every night in a weird way. It's touching my ass because I lay on my stomach. And so it's like it can't touch my stomach. It can't go from underneath the bed, even though it can go through my clothes. Again, it doesn't make sense. It's like in my head, I know that this is the surface. It can go through the bed sometimes. It does do that. It just does. It does it sometimes, but sometimes I can actually like stop it from touching a side of my body by laying down. But it's so uncomfortable to lay on my back. It's like so uncomfortable to lay on my back that I'm like, I'd rather have this thing fondle my ass than to lay on my fucking back, because it's just so I'd rather lay on my stomach than lay on my back. I wish I could lay on my side as I used to. It doesn't work anymore. It doesn't feel good. It's very uncomfortable. So I lay on my stomach and I'm like, I'd rather lay on my either way. Let me drink a lot of water because my mouth is sticking to itself. And so I'm waiting for it one night. It's grabbing my feet, and I'm just like waiting. I'm like, okay, both hands are on my feet. I feel each individual fingertip. And then, like, I can feel like some pressure on the, like, the mattress is kind of like, springs or like kind of, so it's like there's a shift of weight, like as if its stomach is hitting like the bottom of the bed. I don't know. There's a shift of weight, and I can feel the hand still on my feet, and I'm just like waiting there. I'm like laying on my stomach. And there's like, as if like the chin hit my ass. I don't know if it was the chin, the nose. It felt more like the surface area of a chin. I don't know. It could have not even touched me. It could, if it was inside of an environment where it's grabbing my feet, something could have fell off its shelf and I don't know. I just felt something on my ass all of a sudden. And I'm wide awake. But I get so upset by this. This is the one and only time I've been able to, without even thinking about it, pull myself into the dream zone. I'm wide awake. And I get so angry that it's like without even thinking, I go,
and I pull myself up and through and out into the dream space where he's fucking grabbing my feet, and we start fighting, and it's just like a real fucking fight, but we're like going up against the corner of the wall. Like, this is where my bed is, and I go boop, 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 and like we're up in the corner of the wall, and I'm fucking like, we're tussling, and it's like it's going slow motion like an actual fight is, but it's actually it goes fast, like when you're thinking. It's just so fast, and like it's like it's like a fucking fight. I'm kicking, I'm wanting to kill him, I'm wanting to hit him in the face, I'm wanting to hurt him, and we're going up against the fucking wall, and we're fucking just tossing, you know, like, and I'm not feeling any pain, but I'm like physically trying to, like, you know, hit him and hurt him and stuff. And what I see is what it looks like, what he looks like, I say he, I don't know if it's a he. I say a he. I don't know why. It feels like a he, but it doesn't actually, you know, it's not. It's just a fucking shape. It's a humanoid looking thing, and it looks like a fucking when you go into a store and you see the things that are wearing outfits. What are those called? Where it's a fucking thing that wears an outfit. What are those called? The things that wear outfits. They're like a silhouette. They don't have like a face. They're just like a shape of a human. And that thing's wearing an outfit. What the fuck is that thing called? Someone tell me. Was there any ectoplasm? No. It was just, and it was purely black. So like, mannequin. Yeah, it looked like a mannequin that was black. And like, it felt like there might have been some kind of texture to its like, whenever. So, okay. So we're tumbling through the fucking room. And I just fucking like grab its shoulder and say, dude! And I have it recorded. So I would actually... because I right after I woke up from this, I recorded like, okay, this is what just happened. And so in that recording, it would be the best like the purest saved thing of like what I actually said when this all happened. Because I just know the gist of what I said. And I was like, dude, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? Like, I was like, dude, like, I just fucking grabbed its shoulder and stopped it from like the fight, because I could tell I was the one like throwing it around, like it. So so it wasn't. So I'm like, you know, once I gained consciousness of the whole thing, and I'm like, okay, I need to fucking figure out what's happening. And so much of this is like where I'm like, I wish I didn't have to fucking interact with. It's probably best to just get the fuck out of there in most of these situations, but I'm so interested in like, what? And so I'm like, so I'm fighting it, and I grab its shoulder and I look at it and I'm like, what are you doing? What is happening? And if this is something that's all happening within my brain, because, and I'll let it say the joke on there, so I don't want to say that, but if this is all okay, it's crazy that something inside of my mind could have been happening that made this the next thing that was said. If I was given 100 years to guess, what would it say after all the things I've had happen with this thing that I thought was a guardian angel, and it suddenly touched my ass, and it finally touched my ass again, and I'm like, and I fought it, and I said, and I grabbed it, I'm like, dude, what are you doing? What is this? What is it about to say? I would have never fucking guessed. This is the weirdest thing ever. It started, like, this is the first time it interacted with me, because I would always look back at it whenever it was pushing me into the dream, and I would try to talk to it, and it would never interact with me. It would never. It would drop into the dream, and I would try to track it down, and I would see just the most random-ass looking dude, and that's whenever I was saying earlier that I would just laugh in its face, because I'm like, I'm trying to hunt down a guardian angel, and I just happen upon this most basic looking random dude. And I'm like, that's so funny that could be the guardian angel. It's just some guy. That would be so funny if it's just some guy. It's just a guy, and it would always be different. And, you know, so, but it would never talk to me. It would never talk to me. And so I grabbed its shoulder. I'm like, what is happening? What are you doing? It started to cry, and went in to hug me and said, I've missed you so much, as it's crying. Not audibly, but purely in your mind, like I heard it do it, and it did it. Like, I've missed you so... I started to cry. I've missed you so much. A fucking black silhouette. A mannequin-looking thing. And it started to hug me, and it was like crying. I'm like... What? Who are you? How do you know me? What is happening? And then it's like it realized what it did, because it was just like its whole demeanor was like... It was crying. It was like... And then I realized whenever I was asking, it was like... It did this for so long. I would always be fucking... I would realize that a person inside my dream was that thing. Which it could be completely wrong, but that's what would happen. I would be talking... I realized that it would always play the part of a female. My favorite dreams always are whenever it's not even related to anything I know in real life. It's a completely new group of friends that I've never seen before, not on any TV show or anything. And it's like one of them is a female that's like perfectly rare looking. It's like and we have like a relationship through the dream, and the whole dream is like it's like I knew them my whole life, but I can't once I wake I can't actually recall how I know them. And it's so beautiful. These dreams where I don't have to fucking be there's nothing from outside of me that came into it. I'm like, I don't want to think about any of my life right now, and it just gives me this dream where it's like all brand new. And it's like VR chat, how there's like a lot of worlds where you go into like some deep caves that have like pools and like luminescent things. It's like that. Like even without VR chat, it's like it would do that. Those are like the prettiest dreams, where it's like a mix between modern aesthetic and all aesthetics, and like lit up through nature, and it's like the craziest looking shit ever. It's so pretty, man. It's so good looking. And God. And so so I started to realize every time I would have like a dream with a female, and like I'd have a relation with it, I would be, most of my dreams are lucid. They just are. I don't know why. Whenever I say that out loud, I end up having a dream, and this was before all this shit, so I don't think this is in play anymore. Maybe whenever I say the entire story about this, I know it's listening. If it's real, I don't know if it's real. I know it's real though, but I don't know if it's real. Technically I don't know. God, it ends up, I'm like, I'll be like looking at a female, and I'm like, are you the person? And then it just fucking like gets so disappointed. For so long, it would get so disappointed, and it would just look at me, and it would start to wake me up, and I'd feel the dream start to fade away, and I'm like, no, now I would hold on to it and keep trying to ask questions and look at it, and I'm like, what is happening? Why are you upset right now? Why? And it would just be looking at me like it was upset that I just figured it out or something. Every time. And like I started to have like the whole dream was happening for a while, and then I suddenly became lucid enough, which it's crazy. It's not a distinguishable line. It seemed like if you know it's a dream, you know it's a dream. But I would end up doing stupid shit. Even if I knew it was a dream, I would do dumb shit for some reason. Like that made no sense. And so it would be like, and it just look at me, and it would fucking, and I would just be yelling like, please, and it would just look at me. So that for the first time, it did that whenever I grabbed his shoulder, and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? And it went in and hugged me, and was like, I've missed you so much, as if it knows me. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I pulled it, I'm like, what are you talking about? And then it just got upset, like as if it was upset with itself for just doing that. And it just was like, okay. And then it pulled itself out of the dream. And I'm like, I feel it doing it, pulling me out of the dream. Because at a point, it's all lucid dreams, you get a control over it, and you could feel how to wake yourself up. Like whenever something gets scary, you can just be like, and you pull yourself up. It's like it's like a feeling. You just pull yourself out of the dream, and it would end up doing, it would do. And I'm like, either way, God, it's what? None of it makes any sense. So that's the first time it ever happened. That's all I'll say. That needed to be said. And I'll let this, so I said it didn't happen for a long time, and then it happened, and it was so scary. I was wide awake, and the bed, it's like every time I think the cat's in the room, I have a cat in my house, and it jumps up on the bed, and you know how like you can feel the compression of your bed go through, like something just literally just put its weight on part of your bed, and you can feel yourself lean towards it, and you're wide awake, and it's real. And so it just goes doop, and I feel that thing, and it starts to walk up, but it's only the first doot that you're like, oh, it's the cat. And then each doot is like, each one of its feet are not this heavy. It's like one jump onto the thing. It would have to be jumping up and hitting each one, but staying down. It's like a heavy weight, and then I'm like, and I feel myself sinking towards these, and I can feel each individual hand or foot or however the size, I don't know. It's crawling or it's walking, and it's just like, whoa, dude. Suddenly it's so much more real than it's like, even though I knew it was real, it's so fucking scary, dude. It's like, no, like, it's so real all of a sudden. You feel it and you're wide awake, and I'm like, good God, dude. That's what was happening only 4 days ago, and you get used to it, and then it's like fucking walking up alongside of the bed, like up towards the bed, and like your head is up here, and it's like it did it in the best way it could have whenever it first started interacting with me. The least scary part that a thing could touch you, if a ghost or whatever the fuck you want to call this is real, the least scary thing it could do is grab your feet, touch your toes, because it's the furthest thing away from you. So if it pinched your little toes, it's like the least scary thing that could happen, because it's just so far away from you. And I'm like, okay, and then yeah, and the further it gets up your body, the more scary it is. So I'm like, okay, is that why you're doing? I don't know, because you're slowly going up my body, and I'm like, I was just trying to think, why is that happening? What is the point of something starting to touch there and then going up my body? I'm like, well, it would be the least scary way of doing it if it wanted to interact with me. If it just laid down next to me one day and I saw it perfectly, like, God, you would have a heart attack, dude. And that's how some people apparently have it with the fucking, like, alien abduction shit. It's like, oh God, it's like, whoa. And so, but it walked up out of nowhere one night. I'm like laying there, and I'm very aware of it coming up, and I'm so awake that I'm not scared of, because whenever I start to like try to lay down and go to sleep, there's a thing that it can do where, whenever you first wake up, and it's that one fucking sensation where people say you feel like you have a thing sitting on your chest, and you're awake, but you can't control your body and you can't say anything. But you are completely aware that you're awake now, but that thing that controls your body to where it's like you don't enact your dreams, you don't actually move along with your dreams, that thing that makes you stop from moving, it's still doing that, and you can feel it doing it out. And so like I'm laying there, like, and it can do that to me. I'll just be like laying there, and I'll feel like, around my body doing whatever it's doing, and then it's just like my brain, I can feel it go up to my head area, and then it's just fucking, and I'm like, and I start trying. I always try to fight it because it's the scariest thing. Before, it was happening because it was like my guardian angel, and it was the same kind of sensation where it was taking control, and it would start to accelerate me, and I would try to be like, no, let it happen, it's a fucking guardian angel. You're scared of it because it's the other, it's this thing that's different than you, and it's like, no, let it happen. And I would literally control myself and try to show myself how to just let go, let into it, let it happen. And then it was this other thing all of a sudden, and I'm like, good God. And so like I would just fucking try to fight it as hard as I could. And so like it would be the same thing as like trying to fight it whenever you imagine you first wake up and you don't have the ability to move your body, whatever that's called. It's something. And so if you looked at me in real life in bed, you would just see me doing this, like trying to shake my head out of it. So like I could barely move my actual body, and so I'm like, and then you can finally wake yourself up. I don't end up yelling, but it's just the fucking, I know the way to do it is to continuously shake and to like work up movement, and then you're like, oh fuck, finally, and you get out of it. And so that happens whenever you get to the sleepiest point of your, like you're trying to fall asleep, and then you can feel the sleepiest moments, and then it does something to you, and then you're like, God, stop, you know, and you're like, get out of here, you know. It's fine. I think it's fine. Sleep paralysis, yes. Sleep paralysis, thank you. Bro had regret. What is a Steam thumbnail? Stream thumbnail. It's a from Bone Lab. It's a woman that her foot's up to the screen, and I made a guy that's like super tiny as myself. Like once I welded the foot up to right here, and then I jumped up on the foot, and I'm a tiny guy. It seems like it's kind of related to the story, doesn't it? Like a guy grabbing a foot or whatever. I just thought people would see it and be like, oh, and click on it, maybe. That's what why I put the pictures, because I'm like, you could click a guy. You could click a thing. If you see a foot thing, you click the thing. I would do it. I would click a thing if it's I would be like, huh? Ooh, interesting. And I'd click the thing. God. So let me play the fucking thing. This is me telling a story about it happened the other night. Who knows what it is, dude? Some nights it acts like it's fucking showing me its true self, and it describes it's like tells me things, like actually answers questions, and I'm like, there's no way to know it's true. Like that fucking video I showed with the Jim Simi van, it has a trickster element, the jinn. It's like, look up the jinn. I don't know how to spell the jinn, but it's all these fucking religions all through time have had this thing where it's like there's this fucking trickster thing that fucking fucks with you. It fucks with you, dude. It just for some reason. I don't know why. But God, it fucks with you, dude. And it makes you think that you're like, it's telling you the truth, and it's like, same as he was saying about the fucking like alien things and shit. It's like, it makes you feel like you're like hearing a message, and then that message is just not true. And God, I'll show it one more time while I open this fucking thing. Just the last times it's said anything. Whenever it says
beings, you know,
it's gay.
Come to
it says it. He says it's
tell
gay.
them stories. They have a line about the, you know, the environment and things along those lines. But they're generally, there's a trickster element to it. There is a physical,
Jim Simi van.
Very nice physical element to it.
Not a very nice physical element to it. Who is Jim Simi van? Is a retired CIA officer who served 25 years in the National Clandestine Service, retiring in 2007 as a member of CIA's Intelligence Service. Senior Intelligence Service. The government's not trying to claim that's not true. And it's so fun also. It's really neat and fun. Neat and cool and fun. That the government just fucking like the way it tries to convince us now, or maybe it could be playing a game of like fucking 40 chess where it knows people are not going to believe a fucking CIA guy. So that's exactly why they make that guy say these things. So people will not believe it. There's a group that's a difference. This guy right here, they make it seem like that guy is enemies with this guy called Stephen Greer. I forget what his name is. But he is known, he is, they don't hide it. He is a guy that was within the fucking Pentagon. He's a guy within the government. And he had to control the new task force that they had on UFOs. UAPs is what they ended up calling them now, instead of UFOs. And they made it into where you would why is this happening? And the guy, what's his fucking name? The fucking guy. He's a bitch. He says he's a doctor all the time. He's a guy that's not, like, no one has been able to do a research on him where they've been able to show this guy is not from the government. Or this guy is from the government. They've never been able to show that this guy is from the government. Not anyone on the screen, but the one guy. Who's the guy? Fucking, what is that one guy's name? Oh, I started a fucking picture. I made a picture over here. Sorry, let me show this real quick. So I used the same fucking pictures over here. My bad. I could have used, okay, Dr. Stephen Greer. Sorry. Let me ask who is Dr. Stephen Greer? Where's the fucking thing? Grok? XAI? The fuck? Grok.com. Dr. Stephen Greer. It's like these are the two camps, and there's no way, if either of these people are telling the truth, that the government would let them live if they didn't want them to say these things. Because they even have books, and there's this whole thing where it's like a pre-publication thing where they have to get their thing acknowledged and approved by the government. All the things that they're saying within their book, that they're not fucking like, because people from the government, there's a huge amount, like millions of people from the government that work in the government that want to make books sometimes. And so there's a huge amount of people that try to make books, and they have to get it approved so that they're not saying anything that's going to cause any kind of issues where they're saying secrets or anything, you know. And so it's like, okay, the way that they're arguing, Dr. Stephen Greer, where he's like, I just started out as a fucking medical doctor, and he says that the reason the government is lying about the aliens, but he says they're real, but the reason they're lying about them is because same as we've made up things where we've gone to war where we've made up ourselves getting attacked before. Like whenever we went into war with fucking Vietnam, the Gulf of Tonkin, we made a plan where we attacked ourselves with our own people. They were trained from another country, but we scheduled them to attack one of our vessels at sea and kill our own people, so that the entire like public of the United States would get upset at that group and want to go to war with them. Because otherwise, why would anyone choose, like, let's kill them? They made up a fucking story. So everyone got mad, because back then it wasn't the internet. It wasn't fucking like you couldn't tell why anything was happening. And suddenly shit would just happen to you, and you're like, oh my god. And it just made those things happen and very real. So it's like, okay, he says the reason the other people are coming out and saying that there's the aliens from the government, like from the actual task forces, like the people that are like known from the government currently inside of a fucking thing. They say, okay, why? He says it's because that they want to. What is the ultimate fucking fake war they could cause on us? The ultimate war, like reason to get us into war, is to expand our reach, expand our global territory and our control over the whole thing. And it's like, okay, what if you can control the entire world? How would you do that? That's their plan. How would you do that? Because like it's like if you institute a CIA, a thing that like tries to control the thing and extend the life of the government, it would try to come up with all the ways it could, and it came up with MK Ultra. It fucking like literally stole us from our houses and different things, people from within the United States, and fucking made them have the worst experiences ever, tortured them to try to find out how we can control people's minds. That is that is the most insane sounding thing ever, but that's like known fact. They admitted to it. They did that to us, their own people. They tried to figure out how to literally control the people's minds with the weirdest doses of fucking drugs and dude, if you really read the fucking print of what what did they do? Oh my god, it's so scary. It is so scary, dude. Like, let them sit, like, it's like so diabolical. It's like, let them sit for 30 minutes, you know, pour the, you know, with, you know, like, it's, imagine it's fucking talking about pouring shit on their face and, like, you know, suffocating them. It's like, do this for 30 minutes, have them at an inclined rate of this much, so it goes into the nose this much, and if they, you know, cough this many times, put them back up, and keep doing it, and just like, it's like how to keep them alive for the most amount of time and cause the most amount of sheer pain, and it like made a fucking art out, it like science out of it. It figured out how to do that. It's like, good Lord God. So either way, Stephen Greer, he's not known to have ever worked in the government, but it's like, dude, he's obviously clearly for some reason a part of something. And the other guy is the one that's coming out with all this information about the Tic Tac, the other shit, this shit. Like, for some reason, they're wanting to say that there is a fucking alien threat, and they call it a threat. And so the Stephen Greer guy says, exactly, they call it a threat, even though we know that this thing would be a fucking, like, divine essence, a pure fucking essence thing that would just be as nice as it could be, because it's like, it's smarter than all of us. It wouldn't be fucking trying to hurt us. And it's like, for some reason, they're wanting us to think that this thing is going to attack us. And that's what they're going to end up doing. He even goes as far as to say, the guy that ended up heading NASA and got us to the moon or whatever, the guy that was like an actual Nazi Russia or Nazi rocket scientist. Who is that guy? Who was Nazi rocket scientist that we stole? And what did he say about rocket scientist that we stole? And then what did he say about us? What did he reportedly say about
Joshua Lewis says,
us?
Are you going to play VR chat?
Yes. And what did he reportedly say about us trying to... Sorry, let me think. Say about us...
Joshua Lewis says, okay.
Thank you. And what did he reportedly say about us trying to fake an alien war? What the fuck? that's what I come. That's actually what it is. Whoa. Let's see if it knows anything. Yeah. It'll obviously say it's a fucking. It looks up on X. Yeah, there's no verifiable primary, obviously. Yeah, it's Werner von Braun. That's who it is, Werner von Braun. So the guy, the one fucker, this guy, Dr. Stephen Greer, he knows that it's he says Werner von Braun fucking had a panic attack whenever he was dying, and told his person that was always his assistant, the woman that was always his assistant, as he was dying and laying there, that the Americans faked this war, the two wars that happened before he was, as he was dying or before he was dying, after World War II, and they are planning on faking, and he named the next 2 wars that we were going to have, and that's the truth that actually ended up happening. He said, we're going to fake this war, and it might have listed like 3 or 5, like I forget how many, but then he said, and the end point, as they are trying to do, is to make a fake attack happen from an alien source, so that we can start, so that we would, the whole world, same as they got us to be mad at fucking this group that attacked us from Vietnam, and we're like, holy God, we gotta kill these fuckers, you know, we gotta kill them, oh God. It's like, how do you get the entire world to agree to be controlled under one thumb? Like, how do you get everyone in all these different countries? It's like, yeah, if you put your mind and thought about it, I guess the way you would do that is to say, okay, there's something trying to kill all of us. Every one of us is about to die unless we all work together. And it's like, yeah, that would be the one way you could manage something like that. And it's like, yeah, we do know about at least 5 within like recent culture of our own government and other governments that have worked, you know, like that have worked along the Western Front, that have faked attacks from other people as them. They have faked the attacks so that we would suddenly be upset at them and want to go to war with them. There have been like 5 confirmed things. All like, it's like, you know, different amounts of people that died and shit, but good God, and it's known. That is like known that that's what happened. And so it makes sense that it could at least be theoretically possible. That how do you, if they are actually trying to create a thing that could be like, how do we make this whole thing a whole thing where we control the entire thing? Well, the one it would be you make it everyone think that there's a thing trying to kill all of us, and that'd be the one thing that could make everyone get together. And so you think, okay, Stephen Greer is saying that they're going to make it into like the aliens are real and they're a threat, but he's saying the aliens are real and they're not a threat. And I'm like, okay, well, both of them are clearly saying shit based off of they exist from these things that are. And I'm like, okay, what are both of them saying at least? They're both saying aliens are real. So like, if they're playing this fucking weird head game where they like get each other to fucking make up a fucking thing about the other thing, why? Like, what is the what's the purpose? What is the actual goal? If you want them to think that this one's lying to you, but also you want this one to think this one's lying to you, why would you have both things happening? Because if it was actually true, they would just kill either one of them, or tell them they can't come out and say it on CNN representing the fucking, like, the goddamn, whatever the fucking, the Pentagon. Like, they legitimately just represent the Pentagon or the CIA. They just say it's not a fucking, like, a weird, mysterious thing. It's like, that's just the thing that's happening right now. They, for some reason, but they're both saying for some reason a fucking thing's happening. Either way, so it's like, what are both of them saying? They're saying that it's real. I think that something is happening here. I don't know what's happening. God. You know? I'm sorry. I'll stop. I'm sorry.
Full imprints of it walking like a big heavy. And then it just came right up to me, and it was just immediate. The sending me into that state of, I always forget the fucking name, where you're awake but you can't move.
I forgot it again here.
It's like I go from awake fully to that state. It like puts me in that state so often. And I think this one just happened so quick and it was so forceful that I couldn't really try to evade it. And it's like I was laying on my back sort of, and usually like I'm on my stomach, and it's like, I'm just like, I just keep shaking myself. It's like if you're on the outside looking at me, I would just be suddenly like going back and forth, like trying to shake myself out of it to get control and stuff out, you know. And but this, and it was this fucking dude. I've never, like, I guess it's the guy. Who knows what the fucker looks like for real? But this felt kind of like It was like a thing I've never seen before. It looked like Satan. I mean, it was like a Lord of the Rings type character that's like an elf that's like a bad guy, and he's a little old. And so he's like a skinny type, but not really. But
that's such a good explanation of it.
That's right. Yeah, that's exactly what. And he just was right there in front of my face, and I wasn't really
It's
scared.
like an
All of a sudden,
old
and he
elf.
had my hands. He wrapped he grabbed my hands. I guess he would have had to cross his arms because like both my hands were.
So it woke me up, and suddenly it wrapped up its hands in my like it grabbed my hands, and it just fucking like right there in front of my face. Like as soon as it happens, like usually it was like there would be this fight where it's pulling me into this state where I can't move, and I'm trying to fight it off, and sometimes it doesn't, you know. But this time it was like it was so powerful, and it hadn't happened in like a week. And it just suddenly happened all at once, and it's just in my face. Like I felt it start to happen, like, oh shit, and I'm like, it's looking at me. And it's so happy. Like, what? Oh shit, is my fucking VR dying? Oh god. Let me plug it in from here. That does make sense. I've just sat here with it fucking on for some reason, doing nothing. I'm sorry, guys. If anyone's still here, bless you, and I'm sorry. By the way, I'm sorry. I know I've been yapping. I'm sorry. And thank you. So let me put this cord up through here. Run it around. And plug it straight into the beast. Because I'm just going to be sitting here. I'm not playing no monkey game no more. Or else this would be impossible. I knew I wanted VR for so long, but I didn't want the index because I didn't want to be plugged into a computer. I'm like, I would rather not play VR than have to fucking worry about a goddamn cord. Like, imagine I'm in a world and I'm looking around and I have to fucking, like, wrap a cord, like, try to not tangle the cord up and have to, like, track how many times I've spun around this way to untangle it this way. Either way.
Held. And he just was, like, face to face with me. And talked with me, and I swear to God, I wish I recorded after that because I would have remembered at least some of more of what was said. But even afterwards, I think I remembered more of the questions I was asking, and then I even remember being like, "Oh, thank God, I'm actually asking the questions that each time I wake up." And I'm like, "Why would I not ask this? Like, why?" It's like they limit which parts of myself are within that area to think about it. And I ask.
Whenever I have whatever dream, a lucid dream, it's like I knew it was a dream, but then I wake up and I'm like, "Why did I ask that? Why did I do that? That is so stupid." Like, immediately, as soon as I have my full faculties up and running, I know that the thing I would have asked first is this, and I would have done this. But it's like, I knew it was a dream, and yet I did dumb shit. And so, this time, it's like I was so lucid that I'm like, I recognized I'm asking those questions that I've always wanted to ask. And I'm like, yes, okay, I'm actually fully awake, and it's right here in front of me. And it was so sinister looking. I think it looked like an elf from Lord of the Rings, but like an old one and like an evil version of an elf. You know? I've never seen anything like it. You know, I guess except for those examples, like the elf, like the white. It was super, and fucking with the I don't know. And I'm just like, what the hell? What the fuck is happening?
Fucking dumb, whatever. And I wake up
and I ask all the right questions, but I don't remember it, like the answers. It happens a lot where I remember the shit I said to it, and then the things it said.
Why did I not ask this? And I think I was asking those questions, and I like recognized that I was. I'm like, fuck yes, okay, let me try, to do this. But afterwards, I'm like thinking, wait, should I just like not let him grab? Like, should I move my hand away? Because like it lasted for a while. It probably like 5 questions, and I don't even know if he's answering them. I don't remember too much of what the answers were. And then, I fell out of it, not because I was like trying to, but it's just, I guess it's like a hard connection to hold, and like, I don't know, it depends on like how well I am with the dreaming at the time, like how easily I'm able to dream and stuff, and so I think it all depends on that too. And also like all the different supplements I'm taking, whatever sleep is like, whatever fuck, and it's all these different combinations. But either way, so I'd fall out of it, and then I'd feel and then he'd be right there again and be holding my hand still.
Yeah, I didn't even feel all these things because it was like it was in full control, but I would end up waking up out of nowhere. I didn't feel like the pressure building where like usually I would feel like in a lucid dream like I'm getting too active and I start to feel myself waking up and I'm like I'm able to calm down. It's just like I'm like looking at it and I'm like asking it questions and it like will playfully answer some and then not actually answer others. I can remember that sensation of like that happening. And
like, and then but then I remember like on the last one, I think it might have only happened 2 or 3 times, but I'm like, I kind of was like, and I like just noticed the hands that he's holding my hands. I'm like, and I kind of just like took my fingers like out of his.
Yeah, like the whole time it's holding my hand. So it would have had to have had its hands crossed because my hands were just holding his hands like this. And the whole time, it's like I should have. I'm like, God, should I have pulled away from that? Like, Jesus, like this. If this thing is like an actual evil thing, first of all, that's so upsetting. If things can exist, this is why I've never believed it to be what it's just representing itself as. If I believed exactly what it's showing itself as, I would think that it is some kind of entity that exists somewhere, as I've said, all those different ways that it could exist inside of the realm and interacting with me. But if I existed, or if I thought of it as the way it represents itself, the way it represents itself is as an evil thing that is like using me and like fucking rape, like doing shit to me. And I'm like, dude, there's no way, if a thing exists at this state, it has to be so much smarter than us for it to be able to hear other entities' thoughts from within our physical realm, and it could go up to those things and hear the thoughts. It would have to be so smart compared to us. It's so ridiculous to think that that thing could be evil. It would just decide, yeah, let's go and fuck this guy's ass or whatever. I don't actually ever feel it inserting itself in my ass. Let me just make that clear. There's just a lot of pressure around my ass. You know? There's just a lot of pressure around my ass. And I'm just like, God, stop. Stop.
And like just kind of balled my hands up, so he was like still kind of like holding my hands, but I'm like, I pulled away, and I felt there was a full on energy.
I pulled them away, like, so like my fingers are interlocked, and I pulled them out of things and like held them like this to where he still had his hands up against mine, because I'm like, I don't want this to stop. And that's the weirdest thing. I'm so interested in what's happening, because like I'm always like I got so interested in psychedelics because I'm so fucking interested in what is going on here, you know. And so even though this is like, it seemed like an evil thing, I'm like, no way. Let's fucking look. I need to fucking study like what the fuck is going on, you know. And so even though it's like maybe I should have just pulled the fuck out of this thing, because I felt the energy as like I went from the grip to this. There's a whole energy flow through my body that changed, and I felt the entire energy of itself like lessen as I went like this. I'm like, oh my God. So it really was a purposeful, for some reason, thing that's holding my hands. And
difference in energy. And I'm like, oh my God, that whole time there's a huge amount of energy going through my hands, through him or whatever. And I'm like, is this like should I have like just, I don't know if I should have just, as soon as it was like, I'm like, a power, because as soon as it came on, I did say, Jesus help me, Jesus help me, Jesus help me, you know, and it felt like every time I say Jesus help me, this thing was.
So I was an atheist at the age of whatever the fuck, 6, and why, like, I know God or whatever is happening exists, something's happening, but it's like, why would you specifically think Jesus? That's such a random story, and you can understand and know that why people would come up with stories are all throughout history where it's a specific story about this specific thing, and it's like, that makes no sense. Why would it be that? Technically, it could happen. Whether from like literal like aliens, and it sounds so silly, but things from within this universe, they could create that to happen. They could create magic, anything happening within people's eyes, or they could brute force it into their brain where they think they see this. Whatever different amount, like things, they could make anything happen. So it could be a thing. Jesus could have been a thing that was made by them, and for some reason to create this whole story that, like, as they're progressing us through the making us experience all these things that are happening, you know, and for some reason they want all the story to go this way, or from something outside of it, and they create all these different religious stories. There's no way to, like, you know, but the reason I do end up always kind of referencing Jesus is because I've tested a lot of things with this whatever's happening, and there's been moments where I've said things and then suddenly I feel like like a huge energy surge through me, whether bad or good, and for some reason whenever I said Jesus for the first time, it was like this huge energy surge. I'm like, really? Like, obviously this thing, I know it is something that is fucking with me. This could be just a complete thing that's just fucking with me again. I have no idea. You know, but it's like, and also, if I'm crazy, that could have just been because I've heard Jesus throughout my entire life, and I expected it to have a reaction subconsciously, and it did. I don't know. So many things have happened where it's like predicted things that were going to happen in the day that I myself have the evidence I need, even if I do admit I could be crazy still. But I still I do have, for me personally, I do have the information that I need to think and know of this as a real thing that's happening. But I still was always like, the last thing I would think is that this is a real entity that for some reason is fucking gay and evil. Why? What, like, God cannot be that. Like, and if this is a real thing where entities can just wander around as this, even though they're like that much more sophisticated, good Lord, no. Why? It doesn't make any sense, man. But so I've tested the Jesus thing, and it's reacted really strongly to it, and multiple times that's happened. And so yes, I know that there's no way to know for sure or whatever, but. And then also you start to think the two other religions that are like the or not the Hindu, the Muslims and Judaism. Both of those that are like the same, like it originates from the same thing, but both of them are fucking within their books. There are passages that like very plainly say, the other people, the ones that do not believe this, kill them. They are less, however it says it, they're different. Like, and one of them that just says, no, just fucking kill them. And one of them says, no, do whatever you want with them. Have some fun. Have some fun. These trash fucking pig-like beings that are not you. Just have some fun with them. Like, use them for whatever evil purposes. Literally, that's passages within their books. And so it's like, okay. But we say, okay, well, that makes sense. It's just an old thing that used to exist as like as a religion. But all of them are like that. But then you actually look at it and you're like, oh, well, no, the Christian thing, nowhere in that does it ever fucking say, kill the other people. It is just so adamantly about, no, treat them with as much help, like make them, you want to help them and forgive them, and that's all it ever says. So it's like, okay, well, if these are the things that are competing and I have to pick one, okay, I would pick the one where it does the thing that I would assume is the most obvious thing that God would want, and to be the best thing you could be to all things, obviously. Good Lord, that there's a fucking debate about this. That your books tell you to kill the God, And so, even though it makes no sense to me, why Jesus would be anything that would be legitimate, I talk to him. I in these moments, especially where it's like this huge evil force about to do something to me, I'm like, whoa, Jesus, please, please. And there's a huge amount of people that have described alien abductions where they say, as soon as they mentioned Jesus, like in the name of Jesus, leave here or whatever, they announce it and they say, go away. So many people say that thing just disappears. It goes away. It's a huge thing within the fucking alien, whatever, all this shit. None of this has looked like an alien, by the way. It's all, and here's the thing. Whatever's happening, there's an awakening happening, and this is whenever I get into like, okay, I'm taking all this seriously, and it sounds ridiculous. There's an awakening happening. Whatever's happening, it's happening. For some reason, it wants to keep happening and make people see it happening. And I'm like, okay, what is the connection here? What is happening? And it happened with the fucking politics, because I was the most left-leaning ever, and I still am. I think that we live in the future. We can fucking pay to have people be healthy. We can pay to have them eat food. We have, and there's like a huge amount of people on the right that are like, no, fuck you, kill it, And I'm like, no, we could literally save we could, but also I've noticed, oh shit, there was literally an evil force using the other side, even though the thoughts themselves are like, no, just how do we help each other? How do we not hurt each other? All these things were like the best ideas, and it's so crazy to say, and this gets me further and further into like it sounding like it's just a fucking conspiracy, like crazy schizophrenic thing. But especially because being on the other side of it, I was always looking at the other side like, how on earth could I ever convince the other side that I know is wrong that they are wrong? Like, if they tried to convince me, there's literally nothing they could say that I would ever believe in. And, you know, so how do I know even between the two of us which one is right and which one is wrong? I have no idea what the fuck, like, which one is real. And now I've gone to kind of the other side where I'm like, okay, well, I still believe we should help, you know, we should help each other, and we can do that. But good Lord, like, something's happening. What was I saying? Let me drink a bunch of water. Wow. That is really good. Really good water. I'll look at. Hold on, let me just play this.
In a weird way, like there is an energy that goes, you know, and this thing is an asshole. It's like a fucking. It likes to be scary, and it seems evil. It just fucking does. It seems fucking evil, and it does something to my ass, and it's a fucking perv. It's a fucking gay faggot. It's a fag person, and maybe that's.
I'm gonna say a lot of bad words talking about gay. If you're gay, literally, it's fine. You're fine. I love you. You're good. Literally, honestly, you're fine. But I do say a lot of. I call it a faggot.
A devil does something like as an asshole. It's like a fucking. It likes to be scary, and it seems evil. It just fucking does. It seems fucking evil, and it does something to my ass, and it's a fucking perv. It's a fucking gay faggot. It's a fag person, and maybe that's a devil. Maybe the devil's gay as fuck. Ooh, so maybe but. I don't know what I was thinking. I was kind of maybe in shock when it first started happening, but then I was like, oh my god, I finally get a chance to ask questions, because that's like the biggest. I'm like, what the fuck is happening? I want to know. And so, but maybe that's the wrong. I don't know. Maybe I should have been like just pulled away, like Jesus, thank God. You know, like I don't know what the fuck was the right thing to do. Maybe him holding my hands for that long. All this is so stupid. Go fuck yourself. But yeah, I decided to record tonight because like I laid down. And it's just, you know, the energy of like, goddamn, you know, it's like I lay down, I'm like, and I say, come on, boy, come on, like fucking like it's a dog, because
back in alert. My manager just pulled up XD. His favorite hobby is watching me instead of actually doing his job. What? Where are you at in reality? Are you in? It's 3 a.m. for me. Where are you at? AAA world. We should play some. You just show up. What do you think about all this gay talk? It's like gay. Okay, so that's why I just real quick. It seems like if there's any pattern to any of this, all this shit happening at the same time, it's like whatever life is doing, it's like the last thing I would have thought. I thought it's technically possible that aliens are a real thing. They wouldn't need to abduct us to do tests on us. They could have a 1 by 1 inch fucking like thing on the moon with a billion years of technology advancement that could scan the earth and know exactly what you have inside your system. Like just the most absurd level of technology, like isn't what I'm doing an example of. Like it's just like, why would it need to actually grab the guy and stick some guy, like take the fluid? It doesn't need that. And there's so much fucking talk about like they're trying to do like a thing where they're breeding us with themselves, and they like they take the semen and they like make a combined whatever the fuck. It's like, why it could do that all within a computer in a nanosecond and know exactly how everything would ever work out ever exactly. So the only reason it would do any of this is for us to experience it. And it sounds like the most ridiculous thing, because so much of what is said about the aliens is like, how, like, imagine you look at an anthill and you care about it. Like, that's what they would, like, why would they ever care about us? Well, apparently they do. Whatever this is, for some reason it cares, whatever it's doing, I don't know. For some reason it does. And good Lord, good Lord help us. So whatever it's doing, it's for some reason doing it on purpose. It wants us to experience what it's like to take it up. And so the only thing I have on like the like original abduction story, like why that happens, why it does that, is I'm like, okay, well, it wants us to learn. And it's like, well, why would it do this weird thing that we never do to... We are literally constantly having entities inside, like, you know, back whenever we were doing slavery, it's like people look back and like, oh my God, how did we do that? How could we have done that? And it's like, well, if you were alive back then, technically, statistically, you would have done the same thing. And people say the same thing about, like, you know, the Nazis and all these horrible things that have happened. People have done things to other people. And it's like, well, if you were alive back then, technically you would have probably done that. And it's like, no, God, I would have never. And it's like, okay, so if at every point we always look back and it's like, we're doing human sacrifices, we're doing this, we're doing that. Like at every point we're always like, whoa, we're doing, what the fuck is wrong with it? Like, what are we doing right now? We must be doing something right now that we're going to look back on and be like, good God, like what, we were doing that and we thought it's okay. And whenever I say this thing, a lot of people, and I still do this thing from time to time, like, I understand. And every time I say this, there are people that are like, and I'm like, exactly that. So if I say this and you feel something, that is exactly how you would have felt if I went back in time and you owned some slaves and like you were with your slave owning buddies. And I'm like, I actually think that it might hurt these slaves' feelings, what we're doing. You would have all been like, he said it would hurt the blackies' feeling, you know, like whatever they call it. It would hurt their feeling. Like literally, that is actually what they would feel. They would feel complete. That would be so ridiculous, so absurd that you would say that these things would feel something. And so what are we doing right now? We have fucking huge mechanistic control farms where we put these things in 1x1 cages and literally like squeeze it in and have this thing breed with this thing, and as soon as the baby comes out, we are putting exactly the amount of food in so that it can grow in its 1x1 thing, and that, you know, if it's a cow, we can suck its milk out or whatever, and it's like it's a part of a machine, and we just suck it dry or whatever, and then we kill it and we use its meat. And it's like, that is the thing that we're going to look back on and be like, because as time goes on, as we become more moral and stuff, whatever, you know, we constantly are adding to the list of things that we consider to be things that could feel. Like there's all these weird stories like, well, fish don't feel. It's like, where did that, why? How could it be a fucking an animal that could react to the world? Why would it not feel things that would be able to tell it, oh shit, something's trying to bite my shit off over here, I need to swim the other way? It would need to feel pain to exist. It would have to be able to feel something bad happening and be like, oh shit, I need to avoid it. And we just made up stories like, okay, well, no, it's that's the thing that we, you know, those things don't feel pain. It's actually fine if we do this, you know. And I know for a fact what we're going to end up looking back on is how we've treated animals. And that sounds so silly for a lot of people, but I guarantee you, man, that the exact same way, if you feel weird, if you feel that sounds silly, and it's like, this is what we exist, like God, like especially if you like have been following me with the God talk and stuff, a lot of people use that. It's like, no, this is how it is supposed to be. Like this is all a fucking like a learning experience. And if technically, okay, so if a thing exists, dude, if I was abandoned on an island, I would be the first motherfucker to like lunge and grab fucking like a rodent, a little rabbit or something, and suck its eyeball out of its skull and eat it. I would eat something so quick. Because yes, that's the whole fucking point. It's a thing that you feel all these different things from it, and you have to, that's the whole point, yes. But as soon as you realize you could not do that and still live fully nutritioned, you have all your nutrition you would ever need, and you're like, but I like pork. It tastes good. And that's the reason that's the reason you keep these things in 1x1 cages for their entire life. That's when you're okay. That's probably bad. Like multiple things can happen. And if you technically made a perfect zoo environment for like a thing to exist in, where it would feel things happening to it, but it would always be safe in the end, and it wouldn't ever get too scared. It would always, and then all of a sudden one day you came up behind it when it had no idea what was happening, and you just severed its fucking spinal cord and blew up its fucking head or whatever. Like, just blew its head up within 1 nanosecond. It could not tell anything happened. That's not even, that's fine. Technically, like, how is that wrong? If you at that point, if we end up doing that, it'll be weird whenever there's people that are like, I like to be, natural, where I don't, like, whenever we have the ability to just grow meat. And I understand not trusting the government for, like, to do this, because it's like, good God, but imagine you could just grow it, and it wouldn't have to be in the shape of, like, the side of a thing. So that's why, like, the bone goes through this part, and the tenderest part of the meat is over here, and this thing and that thing. And it's like, no, you could just grow out the perfect feeling, the perfect tasting thing, exactly how you'd want it, because it doesn't have to sustain a huge fucking beast to be the meat. It'd just be the thing that you'd want to eat, and you would taste the most, and you could literally grow it at a certain point. Would be able to grow anything for exactly your nutrition. Like, we would know exactly your genetics, and we could, we would know exactly. So either way, that's what I was saying about that. That could be, all of that to say, that could be why there's this alien thing where it's fucking abducting us. It's like, why is it doing that? What is that supposed to tell us? Well, that's literally what we do to all these animals. We just we don't think about how they might feel. We just scoop them up, put things in them, suck some stuff out, do some shit to them. And then when we're done with them, we just throw them back in. And so it's like, okay, well, that could have a reason why. I don't know. I know in the future we're going to end up looking back and be like, good God, why are we doing anything? What the fuck? It's not good. Whatever it is, it's not good.
You guys to come in and go to my ass. Faggot. And I know whenever I tell the story, man, that's the funniest thing. I think that's the best trickster part of this. If it's just a trickster,
yeah. So I'm going to slow it down. So this is the funniest part of this, because I understand how it would,
And I know whenever I tell the story, man, that's the funniest thing. I think that's the best trickster part of this. If it's just a trickster, it knows I'm going to tell the full story. It knows I'm going to fucking not.
It knows I'm going to tell the full story. It knows. It already knows that I'm going to say all this online. I say everything, always. I tell every story, all the things. And it's obvious what the conclusion of this is.
Lie about anything. It knows I'm going to tell everybody about it. And the only logical conclusion that I would have had, that everyone should have, because magic's not real, there's not an actual thing doing it, it's your own head. And if your own head is making a thing that wants to fuck your ass and is gay, it's probably because you're gay, and it's like you're hiding how gay you are. And so that's the ultimate troll. It really fucking is. That's the ultimate fucking troll, man. Goddamn. To dude, it's, and from me, like, a pure logical guy, this is the last thing you'd expect. Oh my God, it's so silly, man. But I hate to disappoint the universe, man. I am not gay. I hate to disappoint you. Everyone, God damn, why is everyone gay? Everyone, it's like it's a spectrum. I don't think so.
It's a spectrum. I don't think so.
Like a girl, like in the same room as a guy. Dude, I'd be like, what are you doing in here? Get out.
I said I cannot even imagine, like, fucking a dude, fucking a lady with a dude in the room. Like, imagine you're having, like, a gangbang. I don't know. Either you're doing the same woman or you're doing separate women. Something's happening. And if there's just a guy within eyesight of me, I cannot, there's no way. There is no fucking way, dude. I'm like, what are you doing here? If I'm having sex with I'm like, what the fuck are you doing here? That should not be here. I'm so upset by the thought of it, man. And people are like, it's a spectrum. Everything's, dude, I've put a lot of thought into it. Whenever I was a kid, I put a lot of thought into everything. And it's really funny to say you put a lot of thought into being gay. It's a really funny statement. And whenever I was a little fucking kid, dude, I'm like, what? You can be what? Gay? That's real? I'm like, wait. Okay. And so I'm like, shit. Really? And I'm like thinking, I'm like, what? Okay, how could you be gay? And I tried to imagine it, dude. Not possible. You fuckers are not real. I'm just gonna say it right. You fuckers are not real. You are making it up. That's not real. That is so upsetting to even imagine getting close to a cock, dude. Imagine wanting to fucking suck it. Dude, imagine God, if a cock was in my face, dude, I would be irate. I would like literally just in my bones, dude. And people are like, well, that's just you're taught by society, and it's this fucking like, dude. If this instinctual feeling in my gut, how much I hate that. Whenever if that's from a fucking like a fucking what's it called? God damn it! What's it called? Whenever like there's an idea of society, and like people like different groups have different cultures. If it's a cultural thing, exactly. Thank you. If it's a cultural thing, dude. There's no way, man. It's such a built-in goddamn feeling in me. So listen. But I acknowledge also I'm doing jokes also. A woman exists, and she obviously is attracted to the man. And so we're squishy things. You can literally be born deformed, where you fucking are, you're born deformed and your arm isn't there or something. You know, like shit can happen. We're squishy things. And so it makes sense that it must be true. It must be possible. If a female does exist as a physical form and that thing can feel attraction towards the male thing, it should be possible that you could be deformed or whatever you want to call it as a man that has that thing inside your brain, because we're squishy things that could formed in any which way. And so I know that those things do exist. And it's like a realization for both, you know, like that's the thing that the right doesn't want to acknowledge, like that they could exist and it's real, you know, because we are fucking squishy things, and it could be, you know, it's obviously it has to be able to exist, and we should respect those things, those things, but anything that ever has done anything has existed, you should respect the way it has come out and it feels, you know. And for the left also, they should realize it's technically, if you look at it, it is an error. Like as a thing, you should not, as an animal, why would you be, it's like, no, guys, imagine you watch like a fucking machine that's supposed to do this one specific step where it unloads the thing into this thing, and that's how, and it's like, and then suddenly you see the thing just going bam, 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 and like ramming into itself, like the same one of itself, and it's going don, don. It's like, no, guys, that's the exact opposite thing. I know, it's hard to, that's the exact opposite. My bad, everybody. I'm sorry. That's literally the exact opposite, though. You know, like, dude, and so that's it's the exact opposite, like, dude. It does exist, and it deserves like respect to, you know, you shouldn't just always hate things, but also people should be like, but it is probably like an illness, something weird's happening. Like that's not supposed to be happening. That's the exact opposite, actually. Literally, that's the exact opposite thing. And why is it happening so often? I'm confused. Like that's not. And we see it out in public, or like in nature. There are examples of it. I would say, and this is just getting off into like a specific point, but which I don't know about. Probably there's a physical elemental thing that's happening within our environment, an environmental path, like a thing that's happening to us that's causing a lot of like the things that, you know, people used to not be like fucking autistic and shit. Like shit is just happening weird. Like, we are coming out weird. And it's because all these things that exist in our food now, and the things that put into our body, that never would exist in nature. We would literally never, our bodies would never come across any of these molecules because they do not exist anywhere in nature. That's like so many of the fucking like the ingredients in our food are things that would never happen in nature. Literally. And that's like a huge percentage of our food now. Like, are things that just we created from petroleum products and off products of fucking like the goddamn oil that we suck the oil out of the thing, and that's what all the flavors are, like the different flavors and the different fucking dyes, and it's shit that would have never been eaten by anybody, and for some reason, and God, dude. Hopefully hopefully we get out of this. Hopefully everything's okay. But yeah, so I would say it's most likely we're the same reason those animals are gay and you see examples of them out in nature or whatever. It's probably the same reason so many people are gay now. I don't know why. Not that it would never happen ever. It might have like a fucking reason to exist. It might have like a reason that it exists. Same as you like you look at people, whatever. Your gaze. Evolutionarily speaking, it exists for a reason, because for some reason, if you have a percentage of the population that do this, it for some reason makes it to where you survive more often and procreate or whatever. Like, I don't understand how that could be possible, but maybe that's why.
Would not be within a fucking 100 miles like a girl like in the same room as a guy. Dude, I'd be like, what are you doing in here? Get out. Your gaze should not be within a fucking 100-mile radius of me, you fucker. Get away from me. Faggots. Fags. Sorry. They're gonna lose, though. That's the funniest thing. They're gonna lose. If it's actually an evil presence, goddamn, you're gonna lose. You fags. You fags. I love you, God. I love you, Jesus. I'm a follower of Jesus. But I forgive you guys for being gay. I wish I can help you. I don't want to just, like, that's what, like, the idea of, like, saying, I can't, what's the word? It's like, you have to use that word, because it does mean the specific thing. In the name of Jesus, what's it called where you cast it away? Hold on, I have to figure it out. It's like R.
I can do it. I think I did figure it out.
I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. I rebuke you. You have to use that word, because it's like they don't know what you mean otherwise. You have to use that specific word, and if you forget it, you're like, fuck, what is correct? Jesus, help!
If you don't know rebuke, in the Jesus' name, I rebuke you. If you don't know the word rebuke, you're fucked. They're gonna fuck you. They're gonna kill you. You have to remember the specific word. Otherwise, what are you even doing? Like, you have to know rebuke.
But like to just cast it away, just to fucking say nope, bye bye, cast it away. I'm like, well, does it exist as a thinking like entity? What does it do during the day? Oh my God, that's one of the things it said. It said it's so funny, like it said funny or something like that, to follow, or like to not, I don't know if it said follow, but the meaning of it was to be with me throughout the day. So, because I guess it's always in my, like, hearing my thoughts and throughout the day, and I felt it. And
yeah, it said out of nowhere, it's like, it's so enjoyable or funny or whatever it said, the specific words, but it was like, it's so funny or what, it's like to, every day so funny with you or whatever. Because it's like, apparently it's in my head all the time.
I go out into the parking lot, like, and I sit in my car.
So this is me talking about whenever I felt it in the middle of the day. Like, I go out into the parking lot and I go on like break or whatever, and I go into my car from my job, and I'm sitting in my car, and there's been moments where I've like really relaxed, almost into like a sleeping mode, but obviously I could never fall asleep. Like, dude, I struggle to fall asleep. Recently I've had a lot of trouble with it. And so it's just so fucking magical that some people just fucking like fall asleep like in the middle of shit. Like, how in God's name? I've never had that happen or be able to happen. Whenever I've like had friends stay over, I'm always the person that just stays up the entire night. If I'm not in my bed alone in my room, specifically where I know my bed and everything, like if I'm in a different place, God help, like there's no way I could fucking exist. There's no way I could, I would end up being able to exist, but I can't fall asleep. There's nothing that could make me fall asleep. I just am awake, very awake.
In those moments where it's like I can feel myself getting tired and I kind of like...
Yeah, and so I felt it before whenever I gone out on break, and I felt it kick my fucking seat from in the back of the fucking car. and it literally shook me to where my whole head like moved. So it could be my whole body playing a trick on me, where it didn't even move, but I felt the whole senses as if it did, like all the other things. I know it could be that, but like if it just was the sensation, like my whole head like moved, I saw the whole vision, everything changed, like it was like boom, and like it kicked the back of my seat, and I'm like, good God, you're here? Are you not like going insane if all you do, maybe this is only a part of something though, like if it's an entity, this is only a part of its brain, and it can send out multiple agents for its own brain in different ways. It could experience all these different things at the same time. I don't know. But it's like, what? What are you doing all day? You're just following me? And so it said this. I didn't ever know. Like, I felt it that one time multiple times kind of in the middle of the day. And I'm like, it can't just always be right here, you know? And yes, so it really is, it could be the case that this is me. Which obviously, it's not me, but it is me. For some reason, if the whole point of this story, whatever this experience is to, whatever the point is, if experiencing yourself as this other thing, you know, the other part of your brain that you talk against and you experience against, for some reason, if that's a thing, but it said it missed me that one time. It's just so weird, dude. And there's multiple of them. There's been nights where there have been multiple hands on me. And it's rare, but there have been nights, and each one is like, it's like an operation is happening. I swear to God, the most craziest thing I've ever had happen. I'm sorry, let me take this off so I can talk to you. The craziest thing I've ever had happen was goddamn all hands on deck. It was like I was laying there and I was fully awake, and I felt things working on my chest, and it was like they had like needle things that weren't like poking me, but it was like very, very fine instruments that they would like use and like to go inside of my brain or inside of my whole body and move things around or whatever. And I'm feeling shit, and I'm like, there's multiple things all over me. And then it like, as I'm wide awake, I felt the sensation as if it folded me into myself, to where the other people from this side or something, as soon as it folded me in on myself, like here's my body laying flat, you know, legs and head, it went like or something like that. Like something folded into, and then other things from another side are able to get into that part of me. And I'm like, what? I'm wide awake. I'm like, good God. You know, like, how do I even think, like, if this is my brain making shit up, it made me fold into myself. When it happened, it made so much sense. I felt it happen. It was like, I was that thing happening. And I'm like, that makes no sense. I would have never goddamn thought that would be even something that would need to happen. Couldn't you just do it from the other side? What the fuck why'd you fold me? Why did I get folded? What happened? Why did I get folded? There's no reason to fold me. You could have done it without the folding. For some reason you folded me though. That's fine. I'm fine with it.
Zone out. I guess it's kind of close to meditating, but then I suddenly feel its presence, and I like will kick the back of my car or like seat, and I'm like, whoa, you're fucking. What do you do in your free time? Is this all you do? Is you just a fucking side, like a fat gay devil side companion? Is that shit real? Do you not do anything else? Is this like a part of you, but you're like many things? Is this God? Is this who is this? What's happening here? And I would hate to just rebuke it, and then it sits there in like limbo, and it's just with its gay.
Yeah, that's what I've always. Listen, dude, this is the one thing I'm like, I need this to stop. This is bad. However I learn out of this, or whatever the thing is that happens out of this, I want the shit that's like it's doing things to me that I am asking and pleading it for it to stop, and that's just bad regardless. And so I'm like, okay, what am I doing in my life that I'm doing that? And so I've stopped like eating meat. I've tried to stop, like that's the last thing. And because of all this weird sexual energy shit, and I like so much, it's like evil feeling, I stopped for a long time jacking off. It's insane how long I went. I went like 3 months without jacking off. which like is a hard thing to do. Like I've never even thought or considered doing the fucking No Fap November thing. Never even considered it. Like I'm like, as soon as I hear it, I'm like, okay, cool. It's not happening. It's just not happening. You know, and so I'm like, but when this all started happening and it was like very intense for a while, and I'm like, dude, I'm done. Okay, I'm done. I'm not thinking of anything ever again that's sex at all. I'm done. Never again, dude. That's me running away from my gay thoughts. This is all a plea of help. Because I'm having all these gay thoughts. And I'm like, no, it wants to fuck me in the ass. But really, it's me that wants to fuck me in the ass. Could you imagine? Why? It's the ultimate troll, as I said earlier. Dude, it is so good. Dude, that is really good shit, man. That is really good shit. And whenever I started to laugh about it, I think I laughed about it really hard in this thing somewhere at, and I'm like, I was like, fuck. It's funny. No. There's no way I can complain about it if it's fucking really funny, dude. No! No! God damn it, dude! Is it really funny, dude? Oh my god, dude. I get it though, dude, and it stopped after I made this recording. It hasn't done it, I think, in a while. Like, I don't think it's done anything like that since this. Because I'm like, I get it. I get the joke. Are you going to keep doing it? How do you keep doing it? And it's not funny anymore. I guess it gets funny over time, more and more funny. God damn it! Dude! Fuck you, dude. That's ridiculous, dude. This cannot be real. And then you get back to like, oh my god, is this real? This cannot be real. No. Fuck you. This can't be real. Go fuck fuck you. No. It's not happening, dude. How are you doing? What? No. Holy shit, dude. God damn.
But I would hate to just rebuke it and then it sits there in like limbo and it's just with its gay ass self sitting there in limbo. I wouldn't want that.
I always think I don't want to fucking like send this thing away from me, because if this is an actual entity and it's said that it knows me and it misses me, maybe it's a thing from like a past life. I have no clue what's happening. I have no idea if that's true. What is true? I'm just think of all ideas. I'm like, is it a thing from a past life? What am I to it? And if I say you can't, like, if I somehow get it to never talk with me again, is it just stuck in that realm? And it's just stuck there? That'd be terrible. And I'm like, I'm praying to God I'm praying to God every night. And I'm like, please help me figure out how best to help me in whatever this entity is. And I've said that from the start, and I mean it. Even if that means I have to deal with it for another fucking 5 years when I could have just dealt with it for a week, do it. I can't let a thing just fucking, dude. If that's the fucking story of this, if that's a thing that I can control or figure out, dude, you can't, dude. God damn, what is happening? That is so fucked. If that's a thing that can happen, why? But so whatever.
It seems like to be like my enemy or something. I want to save it from that. I want to be like, here, someone bring it to the light. Just stop it. You guys are ridiculous. It is funny though. It is the ultimate troll. It really is the. Oh god. Oh no. I get it now. You guys are like, it's not. The joke's over. You did it successfully. That's a good joke. You fag. God. It doesn't even work to lay on my back anymore, man. I can feel it do. Like before, I'd be able to lay on my back, and it's like it wouldn't be able to go through the bed. But it's like it's learning. Like I don't know. These are all just guesses based off of like how I'm being touched. I don't know what its head is doing. If that was the case, I'd be like, okay, I'm schizophrenic. Like that is me. It still could be me. That's still a possibility.
Yeah, especially where it's like, if I knew what its head was doing and why things were happening, I would think it was more likely that I'm schizophrenic. That's still a very real possibility. But it's like, I'm literally trying to trace like what I'm feeling, and I don't understand what's happening. And But I feel like if it was a full story of a thing that was happening within my brain, I would be able to, I would know, I would feel like I knew why it was doing any specific thing to me. And I would have an idea of like, okay, that's why it's doing this to me, and this is why it's doing this to me. And that's what usually schizophrenics are like. They're like, they lied to me because of this, and that's why they did this to me. They just know because it's part of them or whatever. Who knows? I don't even want to say that about all schizophrenics, man. Now that I've had so much shit happen, I'm like, dude, maybe what they're sensing is usually real. In a very real sense, and I just don't know. God help us.
Being crazy from the start. That's like the number one thing I say. Okay, I'm crazy, which is synonymous with it's me. And like people keep bringing that up, and it's like, well, what if it's you're gay? What if it's you're gay? Yes, that would be I'm crazy. That's what that means. That I'm crazy, so something exists that's not me. No, the meaning of crazy is that's me, and I've gone crazy. And I can't connect with that part of me, and it's I'm thinking it's whatever. There's a lot of different routes that it could take, but that means that it is me, crazy. Either way, what was I talking about? I used to be able to lay on my back, and it would just stop being able to get at me, and then it would like go to my feet usually, but it does it through the fucking bed now. So like I literally have to pull my hand over my ass. I'm not even kidding.
No, God.
I have to put my hand over my ass. Like I literally have to pull my hand over my ass. I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding. I'm not even joking about it. I have to put my hand over my ass. Do you hear me? You fuckers. I have to put my hand over my ass. So it's like, see, these are all just like theories that I built from just interacting with it through this way, where I feel it and then I don't feel it if I do this and I don't. So I'm like, okay, wait, so is my body all one thing? So it can decide to go through the covers apparently in my clothes. So we do exist within a mindscape thing where objects really are separate, like things, like Plato's. Like their thing, so I can go through that like it's in a dream or something. But if I put my hand there, it's like it can't go through part of me and then touch a different part of me. Maybe it can if it gets enough practice. Maybe it can like fucking put his hand inside my belly and grab my stomach. Who knows? But for now, at least, thank God. But it's annoying. I have to literally position my body so that my hand is just laying over my ass. I swear to God, man. And then it can't fucking the weird pressures and whatever the fuck. And sometimes it's more definition than I can feel. Especially whenever I wake up sometimes, they just have, it's like they gangbang. And whatever the fuck, and sometimes it's more definition than I can feel. Especially whenever I wake up sometimes, they just have, it's like they gangbang my fucking body, dude. It's like the mouth tape, I can feel them push, like, it's like their fingers. wake up sometimes, they just have, it's like they gangbang my fucking body, dude. It's like the mouth tape, I can feel them push, like, it's like their fingers, I can feel while I'm wide awake, like my lips are getting pushed and pulled, like they're trying to pry at it. They're trying to pry my mouth open. Like, and so I've woken up before where the mouth, and I recorded that one whenever the mouth tape was like fucking just across the room somehow. Like, not really, it was like fucking behind the bed, but it was like so far away. And like, usually it's like, if it gets off of my mouth, it's like it's on the side of my face or on my chin or my shoulder, you know, it fucking... was like balled up and it was gone, and my pillow was fucked, everything was fucked. I was like in the weirdest position. It never happened, but my mouth was like all the way open and I felt shit happening there. As soon as I woke up, my ass, I literally felt something up my ass, and then it like all of it pulled away, and like I felt multiple presences around me, and it's like I felt as if they're laughing and running away. Like, can you imagine if there's actually bandits of fucking trans fag entities roaming around, and they find like a straight dude and they want to pull him into their hellish fucking nasty fucking depraved whatever the fuck, and like that's their whole, like, because why would they want to go fuck a gay guy, you know? Like, maybe some of them do, and God, please help them too. Don't fuck a gay guy, you know, like, maybe some of them do, and God, please help them too. But that's like fucking, that's like actually... But that's like fucking, that's like actually... Oh my god, dude. No. It's funny. God damn it. And every time I laugh at it, and I'm like, fuck. So it does, oh no. Because God, it's so, whatever, it's funny. They got me. It needs to stop though. It's done, it's fucking enough. But that means that I'll move on to like something even funnier, which is even more fun. But no, there's gotta be a limit. I can't go into pure insanity and just, like, Joker mind, and, you know, even though I know cringe mean, but, you know, that kind of just fucking burn it all hell. And go, I fuck you in the ass. Whatever it is.
Dude, I'm sorry, dude. This whole time I've been talking. Jesus Christ. How long have I been talking and it doesn't... Jesus. How long have I been talking? God damn it. Is anyone here anymore? How long have I not been talking?
Built from just interacting with it through this way, where I feel it and then I don't feel it if I do this and I don't.
Dude, did you guys hear me say I'm about to say something very... There's no one here, is there? Damn it! Was anyone here whenever I said I'm about to say something very, you know... I'm about to say something very, shit you wouldn't want to say. Very... What's the fucking word, dude? God damn it, dude. Fuck. How long have I not been talking? I fucking muted this shit that... Oh my god, dude. I guess I deserve it. I should have remembered. I've said so much. This is like the climax of the fucking talk.
Lewis says. I don't know.
This is the climax of the talk. It's the gayest shit. I needed to talk to the gayest shit. God damn it.
So I'm like, okay, wait. So is my body freeze?
I said. Oh
shit! I recorded one of these. And what crazy is that?
I said this is like one of the most This is the most edge case. What is the word to describe it? This is. Imagine like the most. You feel very vulnerable. This is the most vulnerable, weirdest thing I've said during this entire thing, which I didn't get to say last time, but of describing whenever there's multiple things, and I've felt them doing things to me, because it's the silliest thing in the world. So silly, dude, to wake up and feel all this shit happening. That is very silly. The idea of there being like a roaming group of whatever the fuck entities that are like male, but then within your dream, within your mind, they convert into females, and they try very like to just be the male thing and to get you into it in some weird way. And I'm just constantly like, stop. And so they haven't done that in a long time, though, because it's just like every way was exhausted, it felt like. And I'm just like, dude, good God. Like, I'm not. And so it's just, they just end up fucking like, okay, fuck. And, but dude, it's crazy. Why is that happening? It's so silly, though. Because dude, I even held this up. No one said anything. I held up a tape. No one said anything about the tape. I showed you the mouth tape. No one said nothing about mouth tape. So, just like that one meme where the guy wakes up with all the tape over his, face or whatever, and he dunks his face in ice water. Literally carbonated water. Imagine, does that feel any different? Well, but this is like the most inexpensive way to do it. Instead of having like individual tapes that you put over your mouth each night and you throw, so like this, it's a tape that you pull out like that, but it's a 3M very special skin tape, so it doesn't leave any residue, and literally multiple times during the night I can take it off and put it back on. Sorry, the reason I do it is because so often I would wake up in the middle of the night, not with any of this gay shit, like I would just wake up breathing through my mouth, and my whole mouth is so dry I can't feel anything in my mouth. Like, I move my tongue around, I'm like, it is so dry. Has anyone had that happen, where you wake up and your mouth is so dry from breathing through it that it's just impossibly dry? It doesn't make any sense how you can't feel anything, and you try to drink and it's like no water goes down your throat for the first like because it's like all just rehydrating your mouth or whatever. It's insane. It's insanity. So I put mouth tape on, and that's what I said earlier in the thing. I said one day, like usually if this comes off, it's because I'm like laying in the bed and I imagine I roll it off, rolling up against the bed, and it like sticks onto another part of my body, like on my shoulder, my neck, whatever. It's on a different part of me, or like on the bed. This thing was like rolled up across the fucking room, like behind my bed, but like across the fucking room, dude. And like I woke up and my whole entire mouth, I could feel pressures, like something was inside my mouth, and then it pulled away, and something was inside my ass, dude, and it pulled away, and I'm like, and it felt like as if. And I remember nothing from my dream. So it was like my memory started as soon as I woke up, and I just felt all this shit. And so I'm just like, and I'm like, what good? And I'm like, gee, good God, man.
Me, and I've gone crazy, and I can't connect with that part of me, and I'm thinking.
That is what crazy is. A lot of people say, like, do you think it could be you? I've already said for the first 5 months, all I could think was I'm crazy, which is synonymous with that means that it is me. It is my brain that I can't recognize as my brain. That is what crazy means.
There's a lot of different routes that it could take, but that means that it is me. Crazy. Either way. What was I talking about? I used to be able to lay on my back and it would just stop being able to get at me, and then it would like go to my.
I have to literally lay my fucking hand on my ass. Dude, that's so silly. So much is so silly, dude.
But for now, at least, thank God. But it's annoying.
Did I end up saying how the worst part of this is that it is silly. It is very funny. And I'm like, God damn it. That means I understand why it's like, okay, it's like you have to give it to him. Fuck. You know, have I said that? I think I had to have said that. I said that for a while.
So that my hand pressures and whatever the fuck, it's like trying to pry at it. They're trying to pry my mouth open. Like, and so I've woken up before where the mouth, and I recorded that one whenever the mouth tape was like fucking just across the room somehow. Like, not really, it was like fucking behind the bed, but it was like so far away. And like, usually it's like if it gets off of my mouth, it like is on the side of my face. It never happens. But my mouth was like all the way open and I felt shit happening there as soon as I woke up, as if they were laughing. And
sounds like demons, but the closer your relationship is with God, the more they want to mess with you. Dude, that's the thing that I always am laughing, not laughing at them. I'm asking, do within the Bible, do you know, are demons banished to be evil in that space? Can they not be saved? Can a demon be saved? Please? Can a demon be saved? That's what I was saying earlier, man. Like, I'm like, dude, if it means that I would have to spend 4 years dealing with this, if I could take it with me to the promise, like if I could save this thing, because it says it remembers me, like whenever I've had that experience, like it said, it was like it started crying and hugged me and says, I've missed you so much, like the first time I had an experience with it. I'm like, what? That is the last thing, if my brain was creating this, that's the last thing I would have ever thought that it would ever say. Like, what the fuck is this? And if it knows me, if this is a thing, if it's a real entity that is this thing and it's not doing this for like some kind of lesson, I would much more likely imagine if a thing existed, an entity existed as this thing, it's so much more likely, I would imagine, that it would be for some kind of purpose. Obviously, but it would be part of God. Like the demon would be part of God, and it would be part of the message, and you would experience it through the whole, like, it's not like a separate evil thing that's fucking trying to kill God or whatever, you know? Like, it makes so little sense to me that a thing could be smarter than me and exist within a realm where it can hear your thoughts, every entity's thoughts that is a physical entity. And so it's this super fucking in the future thought, like, thing that can exist. And somehow that thing is going to be evil to you. Like, I don't understand how it makes sense. Unless it's like for some specific reason that it's going to condition this whole thing to happen for some reason. Like, for me, it makes no sense that and it technically can be true that there's actually entities that just exist and they just are just evil. Like, they could have been made from like the God, like creating the universe, or they, you know, it's so many different things. Whatever it is, I don't know, but I don't want to leave it here. If I can help it get out of here too, it scares me to imagine that I could just like be like, I have in Jesus' name I rebuke you. You are gone. You're gone. And then it just stays in this limbo state of just hell in its mind. What is that? I can't imagine that. Like, that, I can't allow that to happen. It knows me, apparently. All it's doing is raping me, dude. I'm begging it to stop. So it's not, like, it's so weird that as every night, I'm like thinking this, I'm like, dude, that is, you're not gonna win. Every night I'm like, I'm literally in the process of thinking about how I want to save you. While you are currently, I feel pressure on my ass. I feel it on my ass, and you're doing something to my ass, and I'm begging you to stop. Every night. And I am like deep in contemplation about how do I save you. Because I can't imagine that I leave something there if it could be pulled out too. Or is this thing not an actual just entity by itself, but it's a part of God, and it's already going to be saved. It's just doing the specific task to have me experience
Joshua
something.
Lewis says, Kendrick, when are you going to play VR chat?
Demons are fallen angels that cannot be saved unto... So, hold on, this thing is like hold on, white. There we go. Hold on. Are fallen angels that cannot be saved, unfortunately, due to their rebellion against God. Right, but I don't, dude. I love Jesus, dude. I love Jesus. Multiple times while this stuff has been happening to me, I imagine, I say, like, I'm always testing it to see, like, how do I feel about this, or like, what happens when I do say this or that in my mind to it. And whenever I've said Jesus, it's had a really strong response. And I'm like, what? Really? I know God exists. I know, you know, something is happening here. It's real. But like to specifically be Jesus, it just feels random. That's all it does. It just feels random. And I'm like, why is it that? Like, why specifically? Was it an alien within this universe that was inside of this universe that caused that thing to happen? Or caused the thing above this universe, the actual Godhead that created this simulated thing? And if there's a layer above this, there would be a layer above that. And the Godhead is ultimately the thing at the very tip top, the thing that it is, the thing itself. That is, you know, that is God. And Joshua Lewis says, what was I saying? They're rebelling against God. Demons are fallen angels. Yeah, and so it's obviously Jesus, dude, because if it had to be chosen between those three Judeo-Christian type religions, where there's the Islam, Judaism, and Christianity, both of those other religions have books that specifically call to kill like anyone that thinks differently. Kill them. And for Judaism, like to fucking use them, trick them. Any kind of evil little urge you get, use these ones. These fucking little cattle people. These little pig people. Use them. Hurt them. And it's like, okay, dude, none of that makes sense. God, I can't imagine God would... That's insane. The thing I would imagine God would do is to imagine, like, to want to help you and tell the lesson it would always be trying to teach you is to understand where everyone's coming from and to allow them and to accept them and to forgive them, because they're going to be you and you are them. You are going to be them. You are like it. And so it's just insane that we even consider all these things on the same level whenever the other ones have like very multiple passages within their books that are just like, kill the other one, kill him, and it's just like, dude. So yeah, Christ is king, dude, because whatever's happening here, I don't understand. It could be all a joke. The punchline could have been me saying Christ is king. They could have been like, can we create this fucking guy that's like a logical, you know, atheist person that was an atheist at the age of 6? Can we convince this fucker to say Christ is king by raping him in the ass enough? That'd be a hilarious joke. That'd be funny. That'd be pretty funny. I gotta admit, that'd be pretty funny. I have no idea. I think something's happening. I have no clue if it's Jesus. I hope it is. But if it is, dude, that only asks more questions. It's like maybe it's actually the commandment from God, like the entire thing up at the top. But it's like much more likely for me like that. It's like I don't know, man. I have no idea. Obviously, I have no clue what is happening. I have no idea what's happening. All I've known is whatever's happening the past little bit, where all this shit has come out about aliens are visiting us, and it's like, okay, what the fuck is happening? Like, legitimately, what is happening? I have no clue what's happening. And so it's like...
Joshua Lewis says, please play VR chat.
I will. Let me let this end up. I'll finish this.
Running away. Like, can you imagine if there's actually bandits up?
I will... God, I love you. And so that's, yeah, that exactly the thing I was saying earlier.
Okay.
That's the one thing I'm like, you guys are not going to win. Like,
whenever I was saying earlier, like, all I can think about is how do I help this thing out of it? And that's where I'm at. And not to like toot my own horn, but there's a while there where I've had things in my head and thoughts in my head, and still today I have these like thoughts that just pop up, and I'm like, good Lord God, no. Like, why is that thought there? Who is that? What is that, me? Why can I not get that to go away? And so often I'm just like, just please stop. And I'm like, I'm desperate, and I don't know if I'm not evil. Maybe I am, and this is all, you know. And so I'm like, but I know now. I've known for a while. I just needed to push myself. I've known I'm all I want is to be with God, and that's every night I pray. I'm like, whatever the right way to go is, I don't know, please show me in whatever the way I can understand it, or whatever way you see best. You see best. It's crazy for me to imagine, like, I'm describing how God should treat, you know, to God. I'm like, you know best already. You're probably already doing it. I don't need to even pray about this. I know you're, thank you, God. Whatever's happening, I'm really confused and scared by this whole thing. Like, I don't get it. Please stop. But if that's a real entity, can we save that thing? Or is that thing just going to be lost here? And so as soon as I'm like on these levels of it, I'm like, dude, these things have already lost. Like, I'm on the stage at least where I'm like, I need to help this thing. It's done. There's no, it's done, dude. Like, regardless, it is going to end up into a place where the good wins. Good wins every fucking time, regardless. You're done. You're bye-bye. You're gone. You're done. Bye-bye. Really good shit, man. That's what so I'll play VR chat now. I'll start playing this. I need to go piss real quick.
Fag entities roaming around, and they find like a straight dude, and they want to pull him into their hellish fucking nasty fucking depraved whatever the fuck, and like that's their whole like. Cause why would they want to go fuck a gay guy? You know, like maybe some of them do, and God, please help them too. But that's like fucking. That's like actually. Oh my god, dude! No. It's funny. God damn it! And every time I laugh at it, and I'm like, fuck. So it does. Oh no, because God, it's so. Whatever. It's funny. They got me. It needs to stop though. It's done. It's fucking enough.
Take your time.
But that means that I'll move on to like something even funnier, which is even more fun. But no, there's got to be a limit. I can't go into pure insanity and just like Joker mind, and you know, even though I know cringe meme, but you know that kind of just fucking burn it all hell. And go, I fuck you in the ass. Whatever it is, it's gay and it's retarded, man. I swear to God, it's gay and it's retarded. And it needs to stop. And I pity those people that might be hearing this and being like, this guy. The cool thing is, I always have the blanket of like, I've always done crazy jokes. And so, for people, I don't even think many people that have really known me for a long time listen to me or watch me. I always record these as if I'm gonna like, put them on YouTube or something. I know at some point everyone's gonna be able to read and listen to everything, and I do want to upload all these somehow or something. I would like to create an AI that can sort all these for me, and I can be like, hey, okay, what's that? And, you know, speak to it and be like, the time that I, like, brought that up, can you play that one for me? Yeah, what exactly happened in that one? Okay, yeah. Okay, how many times has that happened? Okay, like, does this land on a certain day? You know, like, correlated with, I want to know what the fuck, you know. But I feel bad for all the people that would be listening to this, and just, it's completely unbelievable. And I understand that way more than I understand people that are like, oh, yeah, no, makes sense, there's demons and they're fucking your ass. Because I feel like this is coming into like everyone's lives in some way or another.
Go ahead, take your time. I will.
You know, it doesn't always. You know, the alien thing, the whatever the fuck's happening.
It's good.
There's a lot more going on than we know. There's just a lot of life all around us, and it is a spiritual thing. And but it's like, it's not because it's magic. It's just because that's the game we made and that's the simulation. But it's not like a simulation. It could be where it's like a kid, like how people always present it in that way whenever they talk about like that. Well, we could just be in some kid's game in the basement on his computer. No, I think it's like a fundamental thing it is the thing. It's, you know, it has way more purpose and meaning than that, and we're way further along in it, like infinitely far along into the cycles of whatever. But who knows what's really going on? God bless everybody. I think I will show this one to YouTube. Like on a live stream or something.
I did.
Because I think I did get out a good amount of how I feel. And remember, whenever this first started happening, for 6 months, I'll say 5 months.
Yeah, I've already said all this a bunch. So that's why I was saying earlier, like, I end up ending it with all these fucking things.
My name is
yes.
Josh Lewism.
Hold on.
20 bar.
Display
I'm
capture, there we go. You're 20. Thank you. Oh, you're 20. Thank you for telling me that, too. That is good to know. Safe mode? Because, yeah, it's a, yeah. So much of my people that watch me might not be, they're like the monkey game fans, and it's not good to play this game with the people that are that age. What do I do? Have you added, what do I do? Where's the add thing? What have you done? Have you sent the thing to me? Where are you at? Friend request. Is that you? 8 days ago. This is all 8 days ago. That's my guy. Can you send me a friend request? This is my guy. EYY Kendrick. Can you do it? My name is... You want me to add you. Okay, you can't type in A Kendrick?
Joshua Lewis.
You're not able to... You're not able to click search, though. I just want to make sure you're not able to click search. You need me to click search. Josh Lewism 20. All one word? I'll do it. I'm confused why people can't type my name in, though. I actually am kind of confused why people can't do that. It seems like it's often that people are like, no, search my name. I'm like, why, dude? Mine is literally like my name on YouTube, but you don't even have to know, like, it's right there. You have to specifically tell me your name.
Says, I can't, I'm on mobile.
Josh Lewism. After the Lewism. Right? With an M? Yeah. And then 20, all one word, all one thing. Is this it? No results found, dude. Is this it? Is there a space between the... What is this? Hello? Oh, God. Oh, shit, dude. There's so many... Is this you? There's so many fucking things now that pop up?
Yes.
That one's you? You're Sonic? You're a yellow Sonic, dude? Good God. Good God, help us. Oh yeah, all I was gonna say earlier, like, I've tried to say it a lot. If there's any pattern to all this shit that's happening, the whole political thing, and the thing that's like happening with the alien shit, that's happening with the spiritual shit, the only thing I can path trace that everything's happening throughout this entire thing is that it proves you wrong in every step of the way. Every step, it is doing something that you have no clue, you would have never guessed. Like, I would have understood if something like with an alien doing something to me was going to happen. I felt like for some reason something was about to happen. And that was when I first started feeling the presence of it, I suppose. Because something was in the room with me and I'm like, why am I so scared? I'm never scared like of just nothing being here. And I was scared in my room for the longest time before the events started happening where I was pushed through into my dreams and I thought it was a fucking... I thought it was a guardian angel, and I'm like so excited. I'm like, yes, a guardian angel here for me, please, yay! And but if something's happened that is the spiritual thing, if something's happened that's the whatever the fucking P word is, all of them have just done something that is the exact opposite of something I would have expected. It's like it's proving everyone wrong. It's showing you that you have no idea what's happening. That's all I can tell that's happening. I don't know. What do I do other than click? Like, what? Yeah, there you go. You did it that time. Send invite. I send you an invite. Come over. Come on now. Come on down. Come on down, man. Come on down.
I was just convinced. I was just like, I'm going crazy. What's going? Like, this is what? It has to just be. I'm falling because it wasn't doing anything gay. Also, for the longest time, it was like I was just getting accelerated into dreams. So I felt these G-forces. So I remembered the feeling of going into dreams. So I thought every time I go into a dream, this is what happens. But I just forget about it. But no, because now I've experienced just laying here, and then I'll be laying here wide awake, and then I'll just feel something shift, and I'll look around the room, and like, oh, my room I had as a child, like it's down in Kentucky at that house, because I was like so ingrained in my memory. So like, that's the environment, always that house. in that room. So I'm just like laying there, like, oh shit, it's different. It's a dream. And so usually I stay still for a second because I immediately got up and turn around. It's like too much energy, too much happening. I'm not connected to the dream hard enough or whatever. So then it wakes me up because it's like too much brain activity or something. And so I lay there and kind of relax into it, and I kind of slowly start going around or whatever. So I felt towards like.
All that was just saying, like, sometimes I thought the only way I would ever transition from dream into, or from awake to into the dream was with that acceleration that would happen. So I'm like, is this how it happens every time? But the one, I've experienced it now in so many different forms where I just lay there and I'm awake the entire time. And then suddenly my room changes where I look out towards my room and shit is how it used to be whenever I was a kid. So it's like my old house. And that's how it always is in every fucking dream, dude. If there's ever a house I'm in, it's never this house. This house does not exist in my mind or something. It's always how I was as a kid and the house that I existed in as a kid. And so like I look out into my room and I'm like, oh shit, everything's different. Okay. And then I'm like, okay, so I'm in a dream now. And then I just give it a few seconds to really sink it, like, unless I'll wake myself up if I try to run out into the dream world, and do some fun stuff or whatever. And so I just wait, and then I go out there. How you doing, bro? Dab me up, cuz you've been out here for the longest, man. You've been. Can you hear me? Hello? I'll turn my microphone on. Come on now. You could. My microphone's on. Are you just looking at me? You're just looking at me? My mic is on this entire time, and you're just staring at me. You haven't said shit back to me this entire time. What's the matter with you?
What are you talking about?
I tried to dab you up, and I'm like, oh shit, is my mic not on? And you're just staring at me. You didn't say, oh no, I can hear you. You just staring at me with those fucking eyes, dude. What is wrong with you? You dab me up, cuz. Put your arm out.
I can hear you. You're fine.
Alright. But you're gay. You're definitely gay. I hear it. I hear it in the voice. How does it feel to be gay? Okay.